We're back. I was able to swap servers real quick there. That one wasn't too bad. Hello, hello everyone. Welcome back to my Strimstram. I need to kill the... What do you mean F again? Did we go down again? Wait, what? Hmm? Platform. More of a VOD streaming platform right now. Bitrate is looking awfully psychedelic. But we're coming back online. Albeit slowly. Look at me, I'm the Watcher now. This is what Twitch was like in 1999. First Dane knows what it was like. He was alive back then. Alrighty, so I may or may not be almost dead here. Which is totally fine and reasonable, I believe. Please don't murder me. Okay, what if I eruption? Can I, like, win? Still weakened? Probably not, huh? Rolling bash should do... Best I can do is, like, defend here. Bit of a yikes. Oh, we would have gained 8 block, actually. Sure, it's fine. Surely there's no way we could take damage to the rest of this fight. Right? Okay, that was a little spooky. We got ourselves a Centennial puzzle, and if we want a scrawl, draw cards until your hand is full. A lot of card draw. That is a lot of card draw. I would like a lot of card draw. Would also like to rest. Obtain Ritual Dagger, lose 6 health. I've heard Ritual Dagger's good on Watcher, but I think this is not the time. Has there been any update on this character going live? How's it going, Platypus? This character does not have any official release date yet, but we are most assuredly getting close to the end of her beta. As most of her cards now have art, and she's pretty polished in a lot of different ways. So, probably like, I don't know, like 2 weeks. But there's been no official updates or official timetables. When she's done, basically. We're gonna fight another elite here. And it's hopefully gonna go well. But it might not. It definitely might not. Okay, not too bad. And we got a free bludgeon. Neat. So we're going to be Divine next turn. It's not a good hand for being Divine in, at all. So let us remove some of these cards off the top. Didn't draw the bludgeon with divinity. I'm a little disappointed. Little disappointed. Go like that. Might have actually outright died if Gremlin Leader had chosen to attack me this turn. Oh, it died anyway. Nice. We are just shy of a KO here. And drew only defensive cards. Or, well, only mediocre cards. So it looks like this is not gonna get it done. Right? Not quite. GG. One too many low impact cards. I did like the follow-up a lot of the time. I did like the prostrate a lot of the time, but there was like one too many common cards, it felt like. And then drawing that hand of all nonsense at the end really ended up doing us in. I'm not sure how we would have done against the boss there. Should have taken the ritual dagger. Clearly I should have. Clearly I should have. Well, GG. Rest in pieces, Watcher. A painful lesson. Painful lesson. Alrighty. Well, it was nice checking out Watcher again. Shame she didn't get quite as far as usual. But that does mean we get to dive back into our ladder streak attempt here. Our last ladder run was on Ascension 8 with Defect. So that means it's time to play Ironclad again here on Ascension 9, which is bosses are tougher. All the bosses have a little bit more health, so they take a little bit more damage to beat. Notably, the Heart of the Spire has 800 health instead of 750.
Excellent work, Commander. This council is pleased to see our continued support of this project has been...
Feisty, thank you so much for those 2 months of Twitch Prime support. Greatly appreciate the continued council funding, and in return, enjoy renewed smug sense of superiority. Also, how's it going, Jess? AKA the Munchdown, AKA Daddy. Hope you're having a good one. Good to see you. Did I hear what Jess asked Jorbs about me yesterday? I don't think I did. What is this sultry streamer drama that we're starting up? I'm in. What does our Act 1 look like? It looks like trash. Throw it out. Start a new run. The two of us are fighting, and one of us is evil. Jorbs has a gun and has to pick who to save and who to shoot. Pull the trigger until we're both dead. Yeah, I was gonna say. That's that's the best answer. I appreciate that. Unlike these starting options, which I don't appreciate. What if I take maybe a rando boss relic here on Ironclad, which I'm usually a fan of. Let's do it. Got ourselves a Copy Dripper Ironclad run. Gain an energy at the start of each turn, but we can no longer rest. I love 4 energy starts on Ironclad, and we have a pretty fire-heavy route we can take. So I'm already feeling really good. Oh, we're also going Hexaghost here in Act 1, so that's even better. Oh, this is perfect. This is perfect. How many combats do we want? Not that many. Go for a more generous route. Look for stuff like Bites and Reaper. We'll take anything that we get offered sustain-wise, but we don't necessarily need anything. We're looking for, like, shrugs. We're looking for, like, just see how much damage we just do in the early combats. Like, Perfected Strike's perfect here. Actually, wait, Searing Blow? Hold on. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. We can make that a Searing Blow +4. Is that good enough? Maybe? Floor 1 Searing Blow and a Coffee Dripper. Like, name a more iconic duo than that. Pro tip, you can't. Let's do it. Searing Blow deals 12 damage and can be upgraded any number of times, which makes it a pretty dang powerful option. Man, these are some tanky lice. What? No. Defect in not getting any Frost Orbs, I like it. Fruit Juice, giving us 5 max health, I do like. I don't think I like any of these with a Searing Blow. We're looking to keep this deck nice and compact. So we're going to skip cards here. Hold on to the Fruit Juice for now, just in case we run into an event where it matters. Let's get a Strike removed. Oh, healing's not bad either. It's important to remove the strikes early and often. 75 gold for Regret. We're going to go this way. I will take 275 gold. That's a lot of gold. This means Searing Blow will be upgraded in every fire but one. That is the implication, for sure. That's the hope. It's the dream. I'll lose a little bit of life to this pesky Regret. Let's see, 8 plus 18 is 26. That kills. With a chance at Perfected Strike, I like a Ghostly Armor a lot as a 10 block for 1 energy card right now. Pick that up. As we're shrinking the deck pretty avidly, and we don't really want a Perfected Strike now. Go for the Acid Slime first. And deal with this fool. This fool of a foe. Headbutt gets our Searing Blow black, or Clothesline makes our opponents weak. I think we're gonna go with the Headbutt. Headbutt is a great companion to Searing Blow. Searing Blow, by the way, upgrades for more and more and more damage every time you upgrade it, which is kind of the secret that makes this card really strong in specific circumstances. The damage of this increases non-linearly as you add more upgrades. The first upgrade is +4, the second one is +5, third one is +6, so on and so forth. Ooh, Frozen Egg's great here. Any powers we pick up are going to be upgraded for free, which means we never have to worry. Oh my god, Brimstone. Hold on. We don't do Brimstone with a Searing Blow, right? That's just not a thing. The store is pretty sweet, though, for so many reasons. Hold on, we're going to drink this in for a second here. Lots of things I like. Shrug, great. Inflame Plus, pretty good. Mayhem Plus, excellent. Brimstone says at the start of your turn, gain 2 strength and all enemies gain 1 strength. Which is pretty strong. I also really like Singing Bowl. When adding cards to our deck, we can instead gain max health, which is really important. Really, really important. Because we're going to have a very small deck by the end of this run. Probably, depending on the relics we get. I imagine this will end somewhere in the 40 to 60 card range. Pretty small deck, you know? No. I think I have done a 30 plus card Searing Blow deck, but we're ideally shooting for something like 20. Poking a little fun at my own penchant for giant decks. If we don't remove... Let's see, Singing Bull's 250. Would leave us with about 200. We can't get both Mayhem and the Curse removal and the Singing Bull. But we could do Singing Bull, like Shrug It Off card removal, and that's pretty good. Much as I do like adding some of these upgraded powers. Gremlin Horn's kind of interesting, too. I think we want that Singing Bull more than anything else. The Singing Bull is realistically going to be like at least 20 max health by the end of the run, probably a lot more than that. What do we feel about... Let's see, this is going to be like 34 base. That's not a whole lot against Hexaghost. See how this goes for us. We're gonna need a decentish relic here from the elite. Bash, Searing Blow. We do lose Ghostly Armor. That's okay. That's okay. Searing Blow does 40 freaking damage. That's a lot of damage. Got him. Keep the weak pot for Hexaghost. Ow. Ow. Got ourselves a Smiling Mask, making removals cheaper. And with a Searing Blow, you always want to add a Battle Trance if you see one. Draw 3 cards. We cannot draw additional cards this turn. Very, very good. Everything's okay against Hexaghost. And against a couple of other enemies, but we want this Battle Trance big time. Very big time. Should have a Searing Blow kill on this one. Easy. Take max health at most opportunities now. Yeah. Take more max health. So we're going to hold on to this fruit juice for now, for a myriad of reasons. Doesn't put us... Drinking it doesn't increase the damage Hexaghost will deal to us, but could have, with a slightly different draw here. See you later, Ghostly Armor, that's fine. Just need to deal as much damage as quickly as possible to Hexaghost here, which means playing Searing Blow quite a few times. Basically whenever possible. Like so. And I'm going to smooth this out by playing a weak potion here. Not sure we needed that per se, but we certainly wanted it. Alright, pretty decisive victory. I'll take it. GG. Got ourselves an Entropic Brew, letting us fill our empty potion slots with random potions, and then Exhume, Fiendfire, Barricade Plus as our rare card choices. Interesting here. How do I feel about Barricade Plus? It's okay. Fiendfire could be interesting as a way to do more immediate damage, but we really have that covered with our Searing Blow. 2 hit points? Might just be 2 hit points. How's it going, Throws a Hammer? Hello. Fiendfire can thin out the deck for us. That's a possibility sometimes. Is there any world where we're going to block for enough to make this barricade worth it? Probably. We're on Ascension 9, right? Because the Searing Blow itself will be very good tempo in the hallway fights. So we want something that's good against boss fights. Barricade is potentially that. We'll try it with that free upgrade. Oh, these are some interesting choices. If we want to go to 5 energy here, we have 2 options. We could take the Mark of Pain, sort of eat combat, shuffle 2 wounds into the draw pile. Given how small the deck is, I don't think a Mark of Pain is very good. Or we can go Philosopher's Stone, give enemies +1 strength, but we have 5 energy. That would make it possible to play Ghostly Armor more often. Or Runic Q, whenever you manage to lose health, draw a card. This could be really good for the heart fight specifically, if we think we can handle the interim fights very easily. I think I'm going to take the Philosopher's Stone, though, and go for the minimal downside additional energy. We want to hit the path that has the most fires, no matter what, so that we can get the most upgrades down on this Searing Blow. Is Ladder Streaking character specific? It is not, Jess. We're doing... So we rotate characters each Ascension, so next would be Silent A10, followed by Defect Ascension 11, and we start over from the very beginning. It's the Ascension is the thing that we're caring about, and then we just rotate characters each time. So it should be 21 total runs from Ascension 0 to Ascension 20, with characters rotated every time. Most fires we can get is what, 4, right? 4. Yeah, doing every Ascension on every character is just too many runs total for me to ever want to do that. That is far too many. Okay, this is a little painful, but not bad. We need a bag of marbles and a bottled flame. Block potion's good. Max health is good. Let me use the block potion now. But being the last card in the deck is a slight problem. Will this barricade ever be played outside of a boss fight? Maybe. But if it's not, that's still okay. Clothesline was okay there, for the record. We have 2 merchants, which means we can remove 2 cards. There's also a medical kit, which can let us remove status cards, and an Omamori, which can let us negate curses. There's also an entrench with our barricade. Hold on. Small deck barricade entrench. Actually seems pretty good, huh? We might even want to upgrade it. We have 5 energy. We don't really care. You know, that's actually pretty good, huh? 64 runs without a loss. That's a lot of runs. Wait, 64? What's the 64th run? There's a 0 through 20 on every character is 63. What's that last run? So we're about to go to a second shop, right? Yeah, we are about to go to a second shop. So I can do Entrench and 2 strikes removed. If I want to. and Metallicize Plus, which is just like solid block every turn. Gonna take that. Alright, I'll take the Metallicize too. Let's see, what can we not afford? It was on sale, damn it! Alright, that's funny. Waste of my own money. Waste of my own money. I could take another one. If I started on Ascension 20, how much easier do I think this challenge would be? A lot easier. I almost certainly would have accomplished the challenge. Because we can try the most difficult part over and over again very easily. And then it should be, once we get past down to about Ascension 10, it should be pretty smooth sailing. Remove the other Metallicize to cover up the mistake. I like it. I like the logic. We have a 15 card deck right now. Do I want to fight or an event? Events are not that good for us. But again, maybe neither are fights. Gonna be Frail, and Centurion is a high chance to attack here. Oof. Ouch. Owie. That's just rude. Losing 15 hit points to these nerds, of all things. That's gonna be Necronomicon. That's true. I mean, when you put it like that... Blessing of the Forge. Upgrade all cards in your hand for the rest of combat. We're offered a Bloodletting Plus, a Rupture Plus, and a regular old Flame Barrier. It's a reasonably decent block card. I think we just want Max Health, though. Max Health and upgrade Searing Blow. Would I take Armaments? I would take an Armaments Plus, but I would not take an unupgraded Armaments. This part looks bad. I might need to use potions here, like all of these potions. All of these potions. Yeah. Use all of these potions. Let's see what's in here. Duplication Potion, Blood Potion, Speed Potion. Nice. That I'm okay with. The Bash Searing Blow will take some damage. If I Duplication Potion the Searing Blow, I can basically win. Didn't that potion upgrade the whole deck before? No. It has never done that. To my knowledge. Could also, like, Speed Potion, Defend, Entrench, Searing Blow. Let's see, that would put me to 14, 28 block. Or I can bash... I can just take 8 here if I go Bash, Searing Blow, get the Metallicize down. Do that. Okay, so we have a full block for sure. Bash Headbutt Strike is not 37. Okay, so I didn't actually need to drink the Entropic. That's alright. Got ourselves a Preserved Insect, making elites have less health, and a Shockwave Plus, which I am super going to take. Apply 5 weak and 5 vulnerable to all enemies. Yes, please? Extremely yes, please. Does Secret Bark have any effect on The Blessing of the Forge, no. Does not. Letter Opener. If we play 3 skills in one turn, deal 5 to all enemies. Gives us a bit more AoE, which we would definitely appreciate. We'll take this. Not even with Searing Blow, I don't think so. Don't think so. Also rude. What a rude. Actually, wait, I can just win? If I'm willing to use my Duplication Potion, I can take no damage here. I should probably do that. Yeah, let's do that. That sounds great. Good fight. Ceramic Fish. When we add a card to the deck, gain 9 gold. That won't be happening very often. Gonna be taking max health a lot. Has anyone been counting how many how many hit points we've gotten from the Singing Bowl? I guess we had an 80 base, right? And we added 1 fruit juice, so that means we've gotten plus 12 so far from Singing Bowl. A number that will only increase. We're going to take advantage of the opportunity to take out the Burning Elite here so we can get more fires in the 3rd act. Did Fish get new artwork? It did. It did. Deleted. Get more fires from killing Burning Elites? Well, I'm not forced to path into the Burning Elite on in the 3rd act, so I will on average get more fires out of Act 3 because I have the freedom to choose a path that has the most rather than being forced into a particular path. If that makes sense. We have to fight the Burning Elite in order to get to the heart, so we have to do that next act no matter what. Give me all the days in the world, please. Thank you. Please and thank you. Lose 6 hit points, gain 2 energy, draw 3 cards. Yes. I will super take an Offering in this deck. Offering makes us go way faster in the fights that matter. Actually, in just about every fight, Offering in this deck should mean we take 6 damage and nothing more. %50 chance. I really cannot afford a Writhe in this deck. I will not accept your offer, Mausoleum, though it is tempting. Though it is tempting. Okay, no Searing Blow. Unfortunate. Looks like a good speed potion, so that we can play these defends without taking too much damage. These are +4 strength slavers. Jesus. That's terrifying. Missed out on 9 gold. Rip. Did indeed. We're going to headbutt the Battle Trance back on top. Take a bit of damage here. We have to kill this turn so we don't become vulnerable. Definitely play Offering to help make that happen. Or will I? Not even going for the thing. Easy fight. Matryoshka! Our next 2 non-boss chests contain 2 relics and the Emerald Key. And another Battle Trance, interestingly. I might want 2 of those. The deck is small, but more card draw is great. Let's do it. Some of the time that'll be dead, but it'll be very consistent card draw. It's very exciting. Alright, we have Barricade and Trench to beat Champ with, so we are just going to win this fight very decisively, very quickly. All we gotta do is block. So we go Battle Trance, defend, entrench, headbutt the entrench. And then we go Ghostly Armor, bend, entrench, headbutt the entrench. So every time we double our block, it gets sillier and sillier. I'm at 180 block on turn 4. Poor guy. Also, we're hitting him for like 80 damage with Searing Blow. Oh, poor guy. Never stood a chance. Look at me, I'm the champ now. Puny weakling. We didn't even need all this block. He didn't even attack us. Get wrecked, champ. Alright, if we want to get our block jump started, an Impervious seems like a really good way to do that. Gain 30 block and exhaust? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Super wanted Impervious in this deck. Bludgeon? No thanks, I have a card that's both cheaper and more damaging. Berserk, I got 5 million energy. Who needs it? Who needs it? So we could go up to 6 energy with a Sozu here. Or kind of 6 energy with a Slaver's Collar, giving us energy during boss and elite combats only. Or we can just take the Black Star, getting double relics off elites. We might not necessarily fight a lot of elites in Act 3. Depending on how many campfires are available, but we'll fight at least 1 in Act 4. And I don't think we need the extra energy. I would much rather have like an Astrolabe or an Empty Cage, or truthfully Runic Pyramid is what I would really, really like to see, but these are fine. Pick the thirstiest one. I'm pretty thirsty, so I'm gonna drink some water. Let's take a Black Star. What is this layout? Hello? There's like half of an act here. Well, the good news is the path that hits the most fires also hits 3 elites, so we got Black Star value in a big way here. Shop. Stream bitrate. Oh, it's going down! Stream's going down. Again. Again. Part of it's 10. At 10,000 bitrate. And then 200. Like a groggy man waking up in the morning. The bitrate can't quite get it going initially. But what can get it going initially is this Ironclad. I can just do Barricade Impervious. Or I can do Shockwave. We headbutt the Battle Trance. Yeah, let's go Shockwave, Impervious, put a Battle Trance on top. My HD LSD display. Got it custom ordered. crunched. Battle Trance plus. Okay, we should have held out. We could have had an upgraded Battle Trance. I'll take the 2 hit points. Lose Bash. Honestly, don't mind if I do. We have a Shockwave for this. Yeah, we have a Shockwave for this. How many runs tend to go to 6 energy? Very few, right, Carissa? Because you'd only see 6 energy on a run that swapped the boss relic and got an energy relic from the swap. I have Barricade and Trench against Spikers. That's unfortunate for them. That's very unfortunate for them. And you'd have to want to take the energy relics, which is even rarer. That you like may be meaningfully benefit from the having of 6 energy. Got a double Berserk Plus with Dolly's Mirror once, and he got you close. That's pretty cool. Do I have any stats on how much energy my runs finish with? I don't think so. I do have a Disarm, though. A desire for one, because it helps to mitigate this Philosopher's Stone. I'm super happy to add that. Heck yeah, I'll fight these nerds. Give me a rare relic. Think I can't kill these guys? Think again. Just delete one of them immediately. No prob. Effortless. Ginger makes us immune to weaken. That's actually quite significant going into the heart fight. We're going to need our damage output to not be mitigated. Second Searing Blow. The value. The value of the second Searing Blow. Okay, real talk. Do we actually want to take the additional elite rather than getting one more upgrade on Searing Blow? Because it also lets us visit a shop with 336 gold, which means a card removal with our Smiling Mask. So we're getting a removal and 2 relics versus 1 upgrade. And yeah, a chance at Dolly's Mirror, right? Yeah, we should go for the shop here. Pog. We actually got it. Dolly's Mirror. Obtain an additional copy of a card in your deck. Which means we can duplicate our Searing Blow plus 8 if we want. So we could have a second 2 energy, deal 72 damage. We could also duplicate the Entrench, or the Offering. But I think it's got to be the Searing Blow that gets duplicated here. That's pretty hype. That's pretty hype. Or, if we wanted another Searing Blow, there's one here for 72 gold, and that's just way cheaper, right? Like, why buy the Dolly's Mirror when we could just get one here? You know? The Juggernaut's kind of cute. Give me that. Jug's kind of cute. Don't think we need it. Let's see here. Yeah, it could be fun. It's like it's not an insignificant amount of damage output, truthfully. Well, is it though? Kind of is. Searing Blow doing base 72. With vulnerable, that'll be 100 per Searing Blow. Contemplating maybe Power Potion. We're gonna go to another shop. We'll save him money. What do we call now? Good fight. Alright, Duvudal. For every curse in our deck, start combat with 1 strength. And the Courier means we can buy more crap at the next store. Yeah, more like a Rectomancer, am I right? More like a Get Rectomancered. Idiot. Actually, like, mildly concerned about this fight. But only mildly. Deleted. Replace all your starting strikes with Searing Blow and your defense with armaments. Oh, I like that one. That sounds fun. Ooh, okay, we'll take a Disarm Plus. This is a very winning Searing Blow deck, by the way. We went to like almost guaranteed win against Heart with that Disarm pickup. Feels real good. Or a Kelcum. If we end our turn without block, gain 6 block. A lot of block. Giant Head we have a myriad of ways to defeat. Might have the raw damage to get there. We also just have, you know, Barricade and Trench. Don't even need to play an offering in this fight. We are that good at this fight. Could have killed with a slightly different order there. But I wanted to prolong the abuse. Blood Vial. Heal 2 at the start of each combat, and Bag of Prep. Draw 2 extra cards. Start of each turn, or at the start of each combat as well. Start of each turn, can you imagine? Demon Form Plus. That's a lot of scaling. You know what we don't need in this deck? Scaling. Get out of here, Demon Form Plus. We have no need for you. You are banished. I'll upgrade this Searing Blow, because this one's my favorite one. The new one. Game never even offered us an Armaments Plus SMH. Get to barricade our Orichalcum to this turn? Incredible. White Bee Statue, always giving us a potion after each combat, and Ink Bottle, drawing us a card for every 10th card we play. Both are pretty good. Both are pretty good. Okay. Crit plus. Warcry plus. Or 2 hit points. I think Warcry plus is pretty good, especially with the letter opener here. Let's go Warcry plus. Keep these potions. Alright, final 2 relics. Will Reptomancer survive better this time than she did last time? That is the question. The answer is... only barely. But yes. I believe. 126 does not KO her. Tragically. The highest disarm I've gotten. I think I've done like negative 18 strength on an enemy before. Anchor Lantern. Okay, so our turn 1's amazing and Liquid Memories is ridiculous. Choose a card in the discard pile, aka Searing Blow. Return it to your hand, and it costs 0 for the turn. There's the Armaments Plus. Do we want it now? At the 11th hour? There's also an Uppercut Plus, which is not bad either. People say we take it. Brings us to a nice 22 cards, too. Armaments, my child. Use the Essence of Steel. Upgrading the big one. 97 damage. Can we beat this without killing the... oh, we probably can, huh? Oh, we definitely can. So we go Searing Blow, Headbutt Searing Blow, draw Searing Blow again. Armaments to upgrade the Searing Blow, play the Searing Blow. Awaken one is dead. Alright, on to phase 2. On to phase 2. We might actually take a lot of damage here, because I really shouldn't have transformed Awaken one on turn 1, but I had to. I just had to. Let's see here. We can always Liquid Memories are impervious if we need to. Now we don't have Vulnerable or Weaken, or good block cards, or really anything in our favor at the moment. Let's see what we can make happen, though. Ooh. Kind of ugly. So it looks like I'm going to use the Liquid Memories here, and we'll be alright. Give me that. Let's get play 2. And then disarm, defend, letter opener. Okay, so we take a little bit of damage here, not too much. I think I do need to KO these minions, unfortunately. Lest this get out of hand. One pot would be useful, but is unnecessary, I'm feeling. Gotta thin this out a bit. Take a little bit more damage here, though. Like this. Defend, defend, entrench, headbutt. Defend, entrench, Searing Blow. Yeah, we gotta unfortunately take out the cultists here. I would love to make them run, but I don't think we had a situation quite lined up to be able to do that. What strips the heart of artifacts? Searing Blow is going to do it for us. By reducing the opponent's health to 0, we will remove all of its artifact. Rest in pieces, Awakened One. Two thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt. Throughout the room is this. A good year. Has Ink Bottle ever worked? We do have two battle trances. Just giving us a bit of a conniption here. Obviously, just continue to upgrade the Searing Blow. Toolbox is kind of tempting. We can get our Liquid Memories back, which we are super doing. Super duper doing. And there's more potions beneath, because we have Courier here. I do like the toolbox. Start of each combat, choose one of 3 random colorless cards and put it into your hand. Sure. We can afford a removal. We can get the last strike out of the deck. Just got here, what level is the Searing Blow? It is, our better one is +11, and we also have a +8 over here. So we've got 2 pretty beefy blows. We can drink this blood potion if we want to, so that we can make room for another pot. I'm gonna do that. Ooh, Ancient Pot's a really big deal against the heart. Yeah, we'll go with these 3. We'll go with these 3. I don't think we're gonna need an evolve too much. I definitely like these potions. Magnetism, Purity, Good Instincts. Cool, good talk. Speaking of good instincts, how about good dead enemies? Warcry first. $26. 84. How greedy am I? How greedy am I? Alright, let's do this. And then we can get a letter opener proc next turn, I sure hope. We can! Got him. Whetstone will upgrade 2 random attacks. Blood Potion comes back to us. And Horncleat says, on turn 2, gain 14 block. Come on, Searing Blow! Yes, we got one of them! Searing Blow +8 becomes a +9, so we have a +11 and a +9. What does it mean? What does it mean? That's a pretty uninspiring toolbox. Or is it, actually? Hold on, excuse me. Ignore everything I just said. That's incredible. 7-Eleven was a part-time job. So they've told me. Let's see, we can do Barricade, Entrench. We can double Entrench here, but I don't want to. This is a really nice starting hand. I think we want to get our Barricade in play. For sure. Draw 3. We got Armaments. Ooh, our wrong order though. Although this is actually fine. Forgot about the Ancient Potion getting... I made a mental note to myself when I picked up the potion to not allow myself to screw up the... to lose it to a Battle Trance, and then I completely forgot about it. I think it's going to work out for us here, though. I can Battle Trance again if I want to. Certainly we want to play 1 Disarm. We want to Armaments, Good Instincts, Ghostly Armor, Entrench, right? Before I do that, I should Battle Trance again. So that we can upgrade this offering. Poor Ink Bottle. We're just gonna go like this. Not even gonna play that Searing Blow. Just gonna max out our block here. Let's go in probs. So we headbutt the entrench and draw it with Warcry. Defend, entrench, Stirring Blow. Then we shrug, impervious. Liquid Memories are entrench back. Entrench this much block to 432. Then get rid of all these stupid status cards. Oh, also we can Shockwave, entrench, headbutt the entrench, go to 999 block. It's a lot of block. Searing Blow, entrench. Good turn. This deck is strong, huh? So yeah, again, to answer the question, what do we do against the Heart's Artifact? We don't care, is the answer. We don't care at all about the Heart's Artifact. I can entrench, I can entrench twice this turn. So if we were allowed to go to 5,000 block, we could, but we're not allowed to, unfortunately. Truly the most disaster. Give me the other one. Stirring Blow plus 12 does 189 damage. GG. GG. Yeah, max armor is 999. There's no way to go above that. So that was a perfect heart fight. Pretty good. Pretty good run. Really showed off how out of control Stirring Blow can get. We got all the right support cards. Headbutt, Battle Trance, Shockwave. Full health the whole time. GG. 2 perfect bosses, 5 perfect elites, including Reptomancer. Poor Reptomancer. That was a great run to start out today with. Gotta love the Stirring Blow run. It's been a while since I had a really, really good one. That's definitely one of the best in recent memory. 21 cards only. 2 Searing Blows. Yeah, so the really good things if you want to make a Searing Blow work, the cards to look for are Disarm, like literally just everything we have. Disarm, Battle Trance, Offering, Impervious. Not necessarily the Barricade or the Entrench, but Armaments, Headbutt, Shockwave. Like these supporting cards really enable the Searing Blow to do wonders. It's also really good if you get additional energy early, and starting with an Energy Relic's about the ideal start to a Searing Blow deck. How many upgrades did we take? Not 19, no, we only upgraded 10 times, or 11 times. One of these Searing Blows was made via a duplication. Where was it? Like the shop? Yeah, purchased Dolly's Mirror, so we got a Searing Blow plus 8 there. And then Whetstone upgraded it one more time, but all of our upgrades went into this Searing Blow. Every single upgrade through the run, which was only 11 upgrades. Not that many. You can get quite a bit more. I've had as high as like Searing Blow plus 16 or so. Somewhere in the 16 to 18 range. What would it take to survive this Heart's 6th multi-attack without using Intangible? Is that the 72 times 15 one? So it goes 3, 4, 6, 8, 18, 72, something like that? Or 2072. Yeah, 2072. That's it. The 5th is 72 times 15. Oh. 3, 4, 6, 8, 20. No, the 6 would be 72 times 15. It was 3 times 15, 4 times 15, 6 times 15, 8 times 15, 20 times 15, 72 times 15. So 6. And the one after that is going to be another 52 strength, I think. I think it's 52 strength that's going to add. So it's going to be 124 times 15. You could survive that without using intangible. It would be possible. Yeah, like, you'd need weaken and static discharge. And frost orbs. Does that even work? Because you can only have 10 frost orbs, right? That was a really quick run, by the way. 54-minute hard kill so fast. Usually these runs are closer to the 2-hour mark. Or 1.5-hour mark. That was really fast. But I mean, when your Reptomancer fight is 1 turn and 2 cards played, it goes a lot faster. Upgrade a random card relic. Will it pick Searing Blow if the hand doesn't have any unupgraded cards? Yes! If you're talking about Warped Tongue, Zamnora, yes, it will continue to upgrade Searing Blow if there are no other targets. All sources of random card upgrading can hit Searing Blow, always. As if it's a valid target, and that includes Lesson Learned. So we just did Ascension 9, now it's time for A10, which is when we get the Ascender's Bane Curse put into the deck here with Silent. This tricky Ascender's Bane represents a very big jump up in difficulty. And is going to give us quite a bit of trouble as we progress through our acts. Looks like a pretty easy 3 elite route for Silent here. Getting a fire before that first elite's always good. Always good. I like Common Relic starts on Silent a lot, so I'm immediately drawn to this one as an option. A lot of the Common Relics give Silent just a little bit of a boost. Oddly Smoothstone, Vajra. Could be the new Tiny Chest. Could be the boot. Bag of Prep. Bag of Marbles. A lot of good stuff. Transform 2 is a bit riskier. We would transform 1 strike, 1 defend, get 2 totally random cards. Don't know how I feel about transforming on Silent. Not the most excited. I'm going to go with a Common Relic here. Don't particularly like the colorless card starts in general, at least not the uncommon ones that don't have a downside. These have burned me a couple times. And Random Boss Relic on Silent doesn't feel very good to me. It is the boot, oh my god. So whenever we would deal 4 or less unblocked attack damage, it's now 5 instead. It's so much damage. How could anything possibly resist us? The answer is that they can't. We have massive boot neutralize value, aka bootralize value, and that is going to allow us to destroy everything in the Spire with no difficulty whatsoever. Love those emotes, Peach Lover. Gotta get the bootralize value. Flux Pots, excellent. Crippling Cloud Flame needs Choke. Ooh. Early Crippling Cloud's always good. Except against triple sentries. In which case it's not that good. We found that too many Crippling Clouds can lose to a Slime Boss pretty easily. Probably still gonna take it though. Which Ascension is not don't heal the full after bosses? That's Ascension 5, Z-Term. That's one of the harsh ones too. Any of these could be okay. I'm gonna go with the Crippling Cloud, because we get to upgrade it. Go 2 events? Maybe randomly get a combat? Good face, bad face on floor 2? Heck yes. Face, let me touch. Maybe trade? You can trade. We get ourselves a Serpent Head. Now, whenever we enter a question mark room, we gain 50 gold. That is probably the best face to get. And that is almost immediately going to pay out 100 gold to us. That may result in wanting to detour into this shop at the end of the act. I think it will result in wanting to detour into that shop at the end of the act. Why are we not on A20? We are checking out, or we are attempting a ladder streak challenge. Hello? Is Bot dead? Bot is dead, right? No? Bot is fine. Bot? Maybe it's on cooldown. Or did I spell it wrong? Anyway. Oh, I put ladder stake. That's what happened there. Anyway, the ladder streak challenge is a self-imposed challenge where the goal is to defeat the corrupt heart of the Spire on every ascension level back-to-back from 0 through 20. So 21 consecutive wins is the goal across all the ascension levels. It's been really, really enjoyable so far, and we've come very close to accomplishing it once or twice. Our best so far is dying on Ascension 19. Exclamation point, medium rare. A good steak pun is a rare medium. Well done. The harshest ones are definitely, like, if I had to choose which ascension levels were the most brutal, healing less after boss battles is really big. So Ascension 5 is brutal, 10 is brutal for the curse, 11 is rough for the lost potion slot, and 17, 18, and 19 are all hugely impactful. Those are the ones that impact the most. Ascension 15's worst events is pretty bad too. So, like, those are the 5 or 6 most dastardly modifiers. There's not a level beyond 20 yet. There is, there might not ever be, truthfully. Ascension 20 is already hard enough that even players with over 1,000 hours in the game can't win it even, like, a third of the time. There is a mod that adds Ascension 21 through 25, which we've not actually checked out on stream yet. I have to do that sometime. You feel personally attacked by that response. For what it's worth, I was not specifically thinking about you. Just people like you. I'm liking this. So the Cloak and Dagger is kind of appealing, truthfully, partially because of boot. It is 1 additional damage at minimum off our Shiv. We'll do 5 instead of 4. So this is a block 6, do 5 damage card, and that's fine. It'll help us get through the slime boss fight. It'll help us block a bit more. I'll take it. Boop, bop, borp. Alright, super easy first few hallway fights. Do I take the 1 damage? Nah. Seems unnecessary. Was unnecessary. Aha. Dagger Spray is 10 times 2. We're actually getting real boot value with this card. I'm doing it. That is actual boot value. 10 times 2. This means we don't upgrade the Dagger Spray. Normally, Dagger Spray is a really good upgrade because it is, or, sorry, not 10 times 2. 5 times 2. 5 times 2. Normally, you want to upgrade Dagger Spray immediately because it's 4 additional damage to all enemies, which is possibly one of the game's best upgrades for a 1-cost attack, truthfully. Might even be the best upgrade on a 1-cost attack of all time. 175 gold for a curse. Going into 2 elite combats, there's no way in heck I'm taking a doubt here. Get out of here, Serpent. I'm getting 50 gold anyway from your head. Upgrade Crippling Cloud. Cloak and Dagger is a decent upgrade as well. If we run into triple sentries, we have Flex Potion Dagger Spray, we'll be fine. Pommel Strike's a pretty good upgrade, too. Yeah, full credit, full marks on that one. 20-ish additional damage if I use the Flex Potion now. This is not the greatest turn 1 against Nob. We were really looking for our Crippling Cloud on turn 1. I think I do need the extra damage here. Probably going to take a bit of a clobbering. A Nob clobbering, if you will. Yeah. Got Nob clobbered. So we probably want to... Yeah, we want to defend here. We don't get much health out of it, only 3, but 3 is better than the 0 we get by playing the strike. And we have a lethal coming up with the next turn. We still have 38 health. We have a Mercury Hourglass, which deals 3 damage to all enemies at the start of every turn. That right there is called winning the slime boss fight. Very excellent relic. That's a Wraith form. I'm going to take the Wraith form. Wraith form gives us 2 or 3 if upgraded turns of intangibility, which is a big heckin' deal. The boot value. Best 1 cost attack upgrades. That's the comparison point. That would be the comparison point. There's a number that upgrade for +4 damage to all targets. Conclude, all out attack, dagger spray. Pommel Strike is a card and a point of damage. That's pretty good. Pretty good upgrade as well. I'm trying to think of anything else that compares to both of those. Oh yeah, Glass Knife is +8 to 1 target. That's a huge upgrade. The upgrades to, you're thinking Sash Whip and Crush Joints. That's pretty fair to call those very good. Do we want a Predator? I think we do. Give me a chunky damage card here. Question card this early. Future card rewards have 1 extra card to choose from. We'll happily take. We're going to upgrade our Wraith form before we go to the Elite here. On floor 10, we're going to upgrade our Wraith form. Those are the words I just said. You ideally want to wake a Legovillain up with a Crippling Cloud. Could Predator and try to draw Wraith form. Then use the Energy Potion? That feels unnecessary. Perfect. The boot value. Twice the boot value. This Hourglass ticking away. Ooh, not when I wanted to draw that Wraith form, TBH. Do I still use it? I think so. The goal is to kill in 3 turns. I can do that. Easy. Hey, one of my favorite relics, Horncleat. Of the 3 block relics, this one is definitely my favorite. Turn 2 just lines up so nicely in so many fights. Not you. But almost everything else, yes. It's great for the heart fight, it's great for the elites before the heart fight, it's great for most elites, it's great for most bosses. It's just frickin' good. Do I want to dodge and roll? What is my favorite non-beta card art? Ooh. Good question, SLG. My favorite non-beta card art. I really like the new Like Water that just came out. I'm trying to think of the stock 3. What arts I really, really enjoy. My mind is blanking on them at the moment. I like the Malaise art quite a bit. Actually, Crippling Cloud too. I really love the vivid purple that Crippling Cloud is. Any card that has purple on it is a high rate from me, so Disarm and Crippling Cloud are both up there for sure. Do I want dodge and roll? I do want to dodge and roll. I do want to dodge and roll. Oh, we got a merchant. Ooh. Oh, that's exciting. So here's the new Cultist Potion art. Gain 1 ritual. Oh, I like Uppercut. Yeah, Uppercut's got great art. I really like Hand of Greed's art, too. Okay, so we have a question card, right? This is like the best Ori I've ever seen. Choose and add 5 cards to the deck with question card this early. That's a lot of cards we get to look at. We get to look at 20 cards. And add up to 5 of them to the deck. So that's sweet. I'm thinking about the backstab as well. We can afford a removal. Good Instincts is oddly okay. Good Instincts is oddly okay. Let's take this Ori first. Let's see what we get here. Knowledge. Blur is always great. There's an Envenom. Glass Knife, hey. Acrobatics, backflip. And a free backstab. Do we want 2 copies of backstab in this deck? Maybe? I'm thinking hard about double backstab here. Definitely like what we've been offered. I'm going to take that glass knife for sure. Just pick that up now. Don't know that I want Envenom. Not sure about Blur. Take this backstab. Does Ori have a chance of random upgrades in later acts? It does, yes. Same as from a regular combat reward. Ori as a shop relic is shockingly good. So, because we found a shop here, I was originally planning on going this route. I think we go this way now. I'm going to do the double backstab thing. See how that goes for us. And we're going to remove a strike. A little bit glitchy there. And we get 1 upgrade before the boss, which is definitely going to be Glass Knife. Did I lose my... There we go. It's like, how do I get the Ori cards? Very much glitchy. Do I want a deflect? Like the question card flashes every time. I think I'm gonna skip all of this. The Moonlicking Potion was the new art for the Cultist Potion. Throws a hammer, which gives you 1 strength per turn. Horn Cleat, very useful here. Exceedingly so. Just let the Hourglass take care of that guy. That would have been one of the easiest Triple Sentries fights I've ever had. Darkstone Preap will give us max health if we ever take a curse. Do we care about an Infinite Blades? Not really. Do we care about any common attacks? Not really. We just want to upgrade our Glass Knife and we should be good. But I'll take the relic and I'll take the money without any question. Good fight. Okay, we don't need a third zero-cost attack. How about an Acrobatics? For some card draw here. Sure. Take one. Just to prepare us for next act. Crippling Cloud, turn 1 against Slime Boss. Hard to say no to. Tempting to play Predator as well. With Energy Potion. Let's see, so currently you're going to take 7, 6, 5, which is 18 damage. Plus another 6, 24 damage, going down to 101 by turn 3. How's it going, Tom? Hold off on these potions. I was worried we'd find Glass Knife on this turn. Ooh. That ain't good. So we're splitting now. The alternative is terrible. We do 15 plus 24. These we're at 109. Oh, we're at 103. Minus 15, minus 24. Well, this will be a 64 split. Yikes. And it'll be worse if we wait next turn. We could just tank the hit. That is a possibility. We'll take like 10-ish, 15-ish damage. Let's see, so you're going to take 11 plus 3, 14 damage, so you're at 90 essentially. I want to put that at. Okay, good luck to us. Still not the greatest split in the world. At least our draw pile looks a little better now. Yeah, there we go. There we go. All that pretty good. Call that extremely good. Gonna reform here. These will both attack me next turn. During our last intangibility turn. We're hoping for Dagger Spray. Hey, got it. Cool. Good fight. Second Wraith form is an option here, as is Adrenaline and Bullet Time. And Envenom. Yeah, there's so much boot value in that fight. We got a boot deck of sorts. Hard to say no to another Wraith form, right? That's just like so much intangible. When did they add a new icon? For the card, I'm not gonna click the skip button because I'm somehow afraid of it. How do I feel about Act Restricted Relics? I think that could be really good for Floza Hammer. That would allow balancing the relics in a whole new way. And I think it would allow for a lot more design space in what a relic could be. if you could only find it like early or late. Runic Pyramid. Runic Pyramid to double Wraith form. I mean, probably. At the end of your turn, no longer discard your hand. Pretty good. Pretty good. Or we could go... Actually, I like these. These are 3 very strong non-energy boss relics. Black Star gives us an extra relic off of elites. Or Sacred Bark makes our potions way stronger. I think we're going to go with Pyramid here. Especially with the double backstab. That's so nice, right? Like, we have the front load to make up for our long-term invincibility plan. And we just need a little bit more scaling now. So let's hit some shops and some question marks. Shall we? What route through this act looks like even vaguely reasonable? Ooh, I like this divergence. We can either go for the elites or for the fires, depending on how we're feeling. Depending on what the shops gave us. Birds. Hello, birds. Boot does so much value against birds. It's a little bit criminal. So does the Hourglass. TBH. Boot spray! Alright. 3 backstabs. How many backstabs is too many? 4 backstabs? Or do we go for another copy of Wraith form? That's also an option. 3 Wraith forms feels like a burden. At that point I need a passive block relic, right? So duplicating Wraith form's good. Duplicating Crippling Cloud's pretty good too. So is Glass Knife. Actually, there's like a lot of duplications that'd be pretty good here. Is it a burden? It's a 3-cost card that stays in my hand if I don't play it. That's taking up valuable space. I was hoping for like a Noxious Fumes here. How far away is the next shop? It's very close. Very, very close. Leg sweep is very cheap. It's seriously tempting to upgrade to duplicate Crippling Cloud. How silly is 4th backstab? Not too bad, but it's pretty bad. To go for the 4th backstab. I'm gonna dupe. We'll dupe the Wraith form. Get the win. Get the easy win here. Okay. If you're gonna do it, you might as well do it well, right? Obviously, that means also buying Ghost. Now, we'll move a strike here. I have how many turns of Intangible now? We have... That was 5 apparitions. So we got 5 apparitions and 9 more. So 14 turns of Intangibility is what we're currently looking at. That's a lot of Intangible. That's enough to just let Mercury Hourglass kill everything for us. Knowing Skull? Really? Hi. Can you give me some money? Yeah, I'm gonna take 90 gold from you, and then I'm gonna... How greedy am I? I'm gonna leave. Am I? Take 2. Okay, now we're gonna leave. Go down to 16 hit points here. Stupid Knowing Skull. Start upgrading these. Need to be able to hold on to these. Alright, triple slavers. And I didn't draw any intangible. Uh-oh. Good thing we have a swift potion. This could have been really bad. Still didn't. We're okay, though. We have potions. So it's okay. No more infinite. Yeah, the knowing skill did get changed, so it's impossible to go infinite with now. Truly a horrible change has befallen upon the Spire. Pantograph, sort of boss combats, heal 25. Hey, Bouncing Flask is the poison card we need. We would really like to stack some poison with our long-term invincibility so that we can actually kill things. Sounds great. We're not being attacked next turn, so there's no point in playing that one, but there's also no reason not to play it, so I will. Deck feels a little large. Yeah, it's because we added 5 apparitions. So it went from 25 to 30 cards instantaneously. What energy relic do we not take? Does... Burst. Burst. Yeah, I'll take a burst. Would not take maybe a... Hovering Kite? Does Hovering Kite count? This is actually only 4 hit points to gain 5 max. That seems like a good deal. And I think we go the upgrade route, because there's a small chance we just die to an elite, right? Curse does gain 6 max. But then we have a Curse. I want to get these apparitions upgraded anyway. Remove all strikes, receive 5 bites. We'd go down to 28 max health. No thank you. That's not enough max health. I got a pantograph. Get out of here. Join us, sister, and feel the warmth of the Spire. Pass on that. It would be nice to stain. I think we're okay with the pantograph, though. Oh, this fight's kind of deadly. Apparently screwed that cultist in particular. Yeah. No block cards. Disaster. Cool. Caltrops Plus? I'm like legit thinking about Piercing Whale, but not sure if we actually need it. Because we could just be intangible all the time. So what does it matter? It'll help against the heart, right? If we don't find a way to otherwise mitigate the multi-attacks. How's it going, Huffington? You picked a heck of a run to pop in with. We have 3 Wraith Forms and 5 Apparitions and a Burst. And a runic pyramid. Caltrops could be pretty good block damage output. Take it. Worried for this deck against Champ. But we're not fighting Champ. I'm not too worried about Collector here. Bouncing Flask is all the damage we're going to need. It'll be fine. Keep 2 of these backstabs for next turn. Hey, look at that Burst Crippling Cloud. Heck yeah. Get out of here, nerds. Just every nerd. Please leave. We are his. Or its or hers or whatever this thing is. We belong to it now. We're barely drawing any cards, by the way. Too many things in hand. Here's where we start taking chip damage, because we can no longer... Well, we can block with, I guess, Leg Sweep here. Do that. Going. Okay, now I actually can't. Well, I can gain 1. I'll take it. I'll take it. Not perfect fight. R.I.P. R.I.P. Remember when Collector used to summon 3 Torch Heads? I remember those days. I remember the 3 Torch Head Collector. That was a really interesting / easy fight, the old Collector. As long as you could keep killing the minions, it was a free fight. Because the old Collector would only summon or resummon 1 minion at a time. So all you did, and would like always do it if they were missing off the field, so you just kill them all, and then you win. Cutting Potion's great for some front-loaded damage. Could take another burst, a malaise, a Storm of Steel, or a Tools the Trade. Where's Bullet Time? I would like a Bullet Time. I would like the Bulletist time. Tools does clear the hand, but it also clogs the hand with itself. Or, I'm thinking Storm of Steel. Tools does clear the hand, excuse me. Sapping the enemy's strength feels irrelevant, because we just ignore the block game entirely. I'm gonna skip. Keep the deck as is. God damn it. It's Hovering Kite. Is this what I'm taking? I should have taken the Tools the Trade! No! So, do not, I don't think, want Snecko Eye here. Or to return, draw 2 extra cards. Start each combat confused. No, thank you. Other options are Ring of Serpent. At the start of each turn, draw 1 card. Or Hovering Kite. The first time we discard a card each turn, gain 1 energy. How's it going, Bart? Good to see you as always. Take the Hovering Kite, because I don't want either of the other options at all. Tools means we can take Kite. It sure does. Okay, I almost started here. That would have been disastrous. We have to go this way? We have to go this way. Good luck to us. Alright, so we want to kill all 3 of these enemies at the same time, if possible. Because that's the only way this fight will end, is if they all die at the same time. Third option besides Stecco was... Ring of the Serpent. What does Wraith Form do exactly? Excellent question, Mukamersu. Wraith Form gives you 3 turns of Intangible. Intangible, which we're also getting from Apparitions here, reduces all incoming damage to 1, no matter what. So it essentially buys us several turns of invincibility, but once you play the Wraith Form, you start losing 1 dexterity per turn. Once the turns of Intangibility wear off, you're kind of caught with your pants down and unable to block. So the goal is to have... In this deck, we're just... Usually the goal is to get a damage solution in place such that you play the Wraith Form, you have 3 turns of invincibility, and you just kill everything. But we've gone the other direction, and we have so much intangible that we can just be invincible forever and slowly kill stuff, and it works better than it has any right to. So that's fun. There's also no such thing, if you ask me, as a stupid question, so if you're ever confused or wondering what the heck's going on, please do ask. Yeah, the new hovering kite is definitely nice, compared to the old one. I might have even wanted the old one. Would have been okay here. What is the intangible icon supposed to be? It's an indistinct green blob. You know. Like Mom used to make. Just freeing up hand space here. How's it going, Jamie Gray? Hello, hello. Ooh, calculated gamble. Discard your hand, draw that many cards, and gain 1 energy because of the hovering kite. And it's upgraded for free. Good lord. Is this a stupid question? It's not to Rotodef. We will super take a calculated gamble. Even without a relic to synergize with it, this is massively powerful. And we'll keep these potions. These jerks again, huh? Rude. Do I have to Wraith Form turn 1 here? What's the little number 1 next to the Horn Cleat? I think it's a countdown until it activates. Is what it's supposed to be. Something like that, anyway. Look at that boot value. Take a little bit of chip damage here. And then so it has a 1 and then it goes gray. Interesting. Did I just beat this fight? Yeah, I did. The Darklings are the only encounter in the game that's both in the easy pool for the act and in the hard pool for the act. And so it's the only fight you can encounter twice in a row. I think we still need more poison. Deadly Poison's not ideal. We want a Catalyst, but we'll take a Deadly Poison. So that we can scale up our damage. Match them to keep them. Choke Writhe. I could take a Writhe for 6 max health. I'm not going to, but I could. Ooh, Panic Button's great, though. Heck yeah, give me a Panic Button. Does it mean they are easy and hard at the same time? It means they are a nightmare to deal with, usually. This is the upgraded Shiv Potion. Yep, the Cutting Potion. Putting 3 Shiv Plus into our hand. That is exactly what that is. I don't need to be intangible to block this, I guess. But I'm going to be anyway. Talk. Boot's still doing work for us. Terrifyingly. Okay, you're not attacking me next turn. I'm gonna Panic Button, get my damage in play. After the Maw does a multi-attack, it always buffs on the next turn, so I know it's safe to play Panic Button there. Not that I don't have Intangible anyway, but that was always a safe play. Just waiting for Tungsten Rod? Oh, I hope so. I really hope so. That would be beauteous. In all the best ways. Second Calc Gamble. Or a Concentrate might be even better. Discard 3 cards, gain 3 energy. Make room in hand, let us play the expensive stuff. Yeah, I'll take a Concentrate. 37 cards in this deck now. Times 2, we get to Lake Sweep anyway. Keep these cards. So we exactly block doing this. Largest deck I've ever had in a normal run, like in in a normal run without any modifiers, although it was seeded. We got to what, 1,000 cards with the Infinite off the Knowing Skull, although that's been changed. So I don't know that that counts as a totally valid answer. In an unseeded run, I think we've gotten to 50 at some point. I'm sure there's been a 50 card deck before. I think I was supposed to burst that. The record was then broken by a trigger-happy Sneaky Teak mod. It was. The casualties. The casualties. I'm sure I've reached the 50 card bonus in a normal run. At some point. Has to have happened. Like, I don't have a specific run in mind that I've done, but I'm sure I've done it. Might take a 1 point of damage on this turn. Nope. Did not. I'm intangible for the next 5 turns.
Commander,
A lot of turns.
the aliens are...
Zyar1, thank you so much for that Twitch Prime sub. Welcome to the council. Enjoy the new emotes, the community, and your newfound smug sense of superiority. Upgraded damage cards that aren't poison. A20 without skipping. I don't think I've done that, Carissa. I've done A15 without skipping, but not A20. I tried doing, like a long time ago, I tried an A20 challenge run. I wanted to do Ascension 20 with 1 relic. And what I realized from that was that Ascension 20 is already hard enough that adding challenge rules on top, while the winning run would be really exciting, it takes like 10 to 20 attempts. And so those kinds of challenge runs are better left to seeded content, where we can see the results that, like, what the circumstances that have to arise in order to create the successful run without all the trying that leads up to it. Some people really enjoy that kind of content, but it can be a drag for others, and it takes up a lot of stream time. We'll pass. Riddle with boot? It's true, we have riddle with boot. Okay, Giant Head's gonna be a real test. This is gonna be an indicator of how our heart fight's gonna go. Which is to say, very slowly. I'll actually burst this crippling cloud. We need to get the poison going to a reasonably high level. Keep that, discard. This for now, this for now. This for now, truthfully. Keep this deck cycling as best we can. Alright, here come the big attacks. First of many. Time to be intangible. Or is it? I mean, it is. Tick-tock. Kite did get changed, yeah. Kite now gives us energy the first time we discard a card each turn, rather than forcing us to discard 2 cards every turn. Which is much better, if you ask me. Way better, if you ask me. Ooh. Works. So we're actually going to beat Giant Head without using the Wraith forms at all, I think. I think so, yeah. I think so. Got him. Ghost and Char. Another Wraith form. I am the spookiest deck in the world. If we wanted to bottle an attack, I think it would be very obviously Backstab Plus. And we'll upgrade our... We gotta start upgrading... No, we gotta upgrade Deadly Poison, truthfully. Stream description still says A9. Oh, that's right. Thank you for the update. Forgot about that. A10 update. Happy Halloween, Carissa. At least in a couple of days it will be. A very fitting run, right? Very fitting run. So I can just, like, play these. And we win. Only 20 turns of intangible. Not sure if it's enough. It's fair to be worried. Fair to be worried, that's what I'll say. Power Pot's great. We'll take the second Calc Gamble. Let's go no Cunning Potion. And then run into a Nemesis. Nemesis is basically just a giant deck consistency check. As long as you can block reliably and or have like any kind of retain, this fight's an easy win. Ghost on ghost violence. When will it end? We've even got the boot to damage Nemesis during these intangibility turns. Should we so desire. This was the answer to how do you survive 72 times 15. Yeah, we can. We definitely can do that if we want to. All dang day. There's a lower bitrate today. It's a lower bitrate right now, which is not on purpose. But yes. Yes-ish. Everybody seems to be having some problems. It's our first footwork of the run. We don't even want it. This shop is very underwhelming. We will take the Clockwork Souvenir to block one debuff. We'll remove a strike. Actually, do we remove a strike or do we remove a defend? Remove a strike. Strike is not a meaningful increase to our damage. We maybe want another deadly. Sadistic Nature is some damage, but not enough. Probably going to take the Pen Nib just for the doubled backstab at some point. And then we save the rest of the money for the next act. Third relic we have, this is the Serpent Head, which gives us 50 gold when we enter a question mark room. This is an event-only relic from the Face Trader event. It's one of the 5 possibilities that you can get. How much damage are we doing with Sadistic? Like some amount of damage.
One of our most valued supporters. It says continued support of the X.
Abu Talib, thank you so much for those 10 heckin' months. Twitch Prime support, that's nearly a year. Which is almost 12 months. Thank you so much. And enjoy being one step closer to the elite Your Club. Yeah, Sadistic will do bonus damage when we apply Poison or when we play Neutralize, which, like, might be enough of a reason to pick it up. We'd really prefer a Fumes or something. We'll give it a chance. It's a damage power. That's kind of what we're looking for right now. Speaking of... Actually, I'm not sure why I bothered attacking the Exploder. I just win when it dies. It just kills itself. And we're intangible. So there's no concern there. I do want to remove artifact charges here. Ha! Next turn, gain 3 energy I will take. Gonna recall. Alright, we have 40 hit points and a dream against these two. Looks like we're gonna panic button on turn 1, and then play Bouncing Flask to remove some artifacts. Nice. I think we care about Deca first, because we care about the Dazed being added into our deck, and we have enough intangibility to survive. Like, it isn't, we're not ever conventionally blocking, we're just blocking with intangible. So we don't care about the strength Donu's adding. We want to pen nib this? We do want to pen nib this. So we'll stop there. We'll stop there. Oh, we didn't get the debuff either. Didn't think about that. Caw. We wanted burst. There's burst. Okay. Alright, we need to deal some more damage. I'm going to use my energy potion here and go burst, apparition, crippling cloud. And we're okay taking a little bit of damage here. I start hitting Donu. Basically already beaten Deca here. Damage output's a little bit low. But it's okay, because we block infinite amounts. Pretty much constantly. There we go. There was never any doubt. Alright, GG, Donu, and Deca. Two thump, deep pulsing dread. Felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire? How badly do I have to use the bathroom? The answer is extremely. I'm gonna get into the shop here, and then I'm gonna take a short break. Can I upgrade Sadistic Nature? Because I think we're fine on defense, we just need more damage. And sad to say, Sadistic is probably our best damage upgrade right now. Is there ever a reason not to spend spare energy on intangibility? There can be. If we're talking about Wraith form, then I may need the Dex to block like little bits of damage here and there. So I might not want to play it early. And if we're talking about the apparitions, then I may want to try to burst to get double turns out of the apparition. So in both cases, there's a potential reason not to play. Ooh, that's a bullet time. Liquid Memories is great too. Alright, I'm going to be right back. I have to pee so bad. And when I return, we'll see if the Spooky Goes Silent can defeat the Corrupt Heart of the Spire. See you all in just one quick moment or two here. Alrighty, everybody, we have returned. Thank you for that moment of patience. So, we're a little bit worried right now, because we don't actually have a way to block the Heart's multi-attacks very effectively. We have all the intangibility in the world, but that times 15 will still potentially kill us if we have to survive it enough times. Beat of Death is also going to be a huge problem, right? We're going to take 1 damage every time we play a card. That's going to be a big problem. We have no decks. So we need to do damage very quickly. Hello, Dr. Donut. I like this bullet time a lot. And I like this liquid memories a lot. Toolbox is an option. So I think I'm going to take the bullet time over the toolbox. Bullet time lets us play every card in the hand, and that could be really significant. Although it makes the concentrate and the outmaneuver a little bit less bad. We have so many cards in deck, we really want the ability to keep drawing cards. This lets me get back, like, Bouncing Flask. That might actually be the card I need to get back. Terrifying. Alright, so I'm just playing Wraithform on turn 1? I am just playing Wraithform on turn 1. That's fine. No Afterimage the whole run, that's right. We have not seen one. No Orichalcum. Nothing. But what I do have is a sweet bullet time here. Actually not going to play the second Wraithform, although I could. Behold the boot value, for it is mighty. Alright, good fight. We even have Bottle on 9. Strike Dummy. Cards containing Strike deal 3 additional damage. Oh boy. A Duplication Potion is very strong, and so is a Corpse Explosion. Although I might want the Deadly Poison because it's 1 energy cheaper. Certainly we want one of these cards. I'm also not sure... Okay. Do we live in a world where I lose the Ghost in a Jar because we're actually more concerned with our ability to do damage than we are with our ability to continually be intangible? I think we lose the Ghost in a Jar. I've never done this before. We are going to deliberately discard Ghost in a Jar before the heart fight. Why not set up for the Wraith Forms? As it's the material, the quantity that we're lacking for this heart fight is damage. So we need to make the choices here that give us the most damage. Which is going to be a Corpse Explosion and a Duplication Potion. See you later, Spooky Ghost Pot. I need all the help I can get here. Alright, what's in the Power Pot? Okay, there is an Afterimage. There's also a Caltrops. I think we need the Afterimage, right?
Excellent work,
I think we need this
Commander.
Afterimage.
This council is
We can
pleased
duplicate
to
it,
see
too,
our
so we gain
continued
block per
support of
card.
This project has been worthwhile.
Or we could duplicate Caltrops. And then we're doing 90 damage every time the heart multi-attacks us. Randomosity, thank you so much for those 2 months of Tier 1 support. Greatly appreciate the continued council funding. In return, enjoy that renewed smug sense of superiority. a tough choice. I think I'm going to take the regular afterimage. We're not going to dupe it, though. Nice. Fine. So we're hoping to draw into our real copy of Caltrops at some point. Can I actually just block this the old-fashioned way? But I need to clear space in hand, and bullet time allows for that. Let's look at our poison going a little bit here. Anything we want to liquid memories yet? Not yet. Bitrate, not now. Not now, bitrate. Bitrate, no. Don't you dare. I'm fighting the heart here. Can't you see this is important? Can't you see this is important? I guess you can't, right? You can't see the stream at all, probably. Watch carefully, or listen carefully, while I suddenly find Caltrops at the very top of my deck. Who knew? I did just miss out on a card draw, actually. It's perhaps not my best play. Alright, Mr. Fart. Corrupt fart of the Spire. Hey. That's pretty good. Do we look for burst, or do we just duplication this bouncing flask right now? I think this is where we use both potions. Sort of a nice pulsing gray. Beautiful. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is duplication potion. Wait, we have to apparition first, I think. Duplication potion to play bouncing flask twice. Giving the heart a whole bunch of poison. And then we're going to get it out of the draw pile, or the discard pile, with liquid memories. Do that again. Putting the heart to 42 poison. Does heart cleanse the poison ever? No, it does not. No, it does not. Here's our Caltrops. A little bit late, but better late than never, right? Better late than never. What's the best way to do this? Getting stuff out of my hands here. We can panic button to actually block. Multi-attack here. Good. Actually, just play this, get rid of this artifact. Start doing more damage. Okay, good bullet time turn. Yeah, very easy. Good. We were able to block the passive damage a lot better than expected. That after image helped a lot. I think that would have been pretty difficult without it. Truthfully. GG. Here, won the fight with like 4 intangible or whatever. Got him. GG. That was a thoroughly ridiculous run. It's exceedingly rare to get that much intangibility available. Exceedingly rare. But we did it. We actually didn't perfect any bosses, really? Alright. So be it. GG. I think I would have won if the power potion didn't give after image. I think so, because we had a lot of outs there. Caltrops would have been pretty good. Fumes would have been pretty good. What else would be okay? Like, Tools of Trade would have been fine. Well-laid plans is a dud. Footwork would have helped. Yeah, there's enough different things that would have helped. But I think we would have been okay. Yeah, now we're back onto the dreaded defect above Ascension 10. Time for A11 with the defect. Fewer potion slots. State the title correctly here. Defect the problem child. Fewer potion slots means we only have 2 instead of 3, and that's tough. Defect is on Ascension 11, yeah, we started this run on Ironclad, which is not a good idea, but we did it. Did it. Thinking about 100 gold start, this Act 1 looks kind of interesting. There's a bunch of elites and fires to hit. I'm just not 100% sure we can do so in the right order to be particularly successful. There is the option to take a rare colorless card, which could be pretty good. I think Hand of Greed or Bomb or Apotheosis would all be excellent to start out with on defects. And that could allow us to have... We're fighting Slime Boss, by the way. Let's go with... We want to do, what, 2 elites and 3 fires if we go this way? Is there anything more reasonable I can do? Only if I can just take an elite with very little prep, which would require a good colorless rare card. 100 gold. Go this way. A bit of a more reserved act. We can get away with more on Ascension 11. Take 1 intentionally. Had a bomb run on silent, killing everything except the hearts. Oh, that was definitely lethal if I did Zap Dualcast Strike, by the way. This is still guaranteed lethal, though, so whatever. Satisfying thwip of defect strikes. I think Tempest is a pretty okay damage card on floor 1. Lets you get quite a bit of orbs in play and put out a lot of passive damage. Really good against Gremlinob, really good against Legoland. Charge Battery's a nice block card. We're gonna go with the Tempest, though, because we're needing damage more in the early game. Give me a Relic. Turnip! Turnip for 12 health is a good deal. Turnip makes us immune to Frail. And the Golden Idol means that we're gonna get extra gold for the rest of the run. Those 2 things combined into a pretty promising start here. So now I'm contemplating if I go into the store or not. We can go to this store instead, but that means we have to beat 2 elites without any bonus currently. the nom noms. See, Tempest is better than striking. We're one short. Tragic. Focus Pot's excellent. Turbo, Sweeping Beam, Cool-Headed are pretty good options. Turbo can make our Tempest hit much harder. Cool-Headed can give us our first Frost Orb. I usually want a turbo. We're in bad shape against Knob if I take a turbo, though. We should take the Sweeping Beam. And we should get one more card pick before the Elite Combat. Yeah, one more card pick. You'd have no idea. That's fair to not know. I think that one is a tough choice. In particular. Do I just take the 4? There's a 1 in 4 chance dual cast kills Acid Slime. I'm not gonna risk it. Let's get the extra orb out. Beam has an excellent animation. A Root Juice giving us 5 max health is great. I think a Cold Snap's a pretty decent early addition as well. Any of these 3 are fine. Compile Driver if we want more card draw, Cold Snap if we want a Frost Orb, and Cool-Headed if we don't want to do any damage. I'm gonna go with the Cold Snap here. Gonna upgrade my either Zap or Tempest. Let's Zap first. Then Tempest. And may need to use the Focus Potion here, we'll see. This one looks a little tough. Yeah, let's just use our Focus Potion now. Since a lot of our damage is randomly targeted, we have a really hard time in this fight. Let's just cut that off at the pass, as they say, by doing so much damage that it doesn't even matter. Almost got him. There's 28 health, which could be 33. We got ourselves a Mummified Hand. When we play a power card, a random card in our hand costs 0. I think we would like some better front-loaded block at this point, so I'm going to take this leap. Although with the 0-cost Zap, the hologram is nice. We do want some block cards, and leap is a good one, especially with the turnip. We can't become frail. Especially with a turnip. Take the event here. Yeah, remove transform upgrade. Heck yeah. Transform a strike feels very good. Could give us a power. I want a power. I would really like a power. Yeah, give me a power. 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 That's good enough. Glacier. Okay, we have a Glacier now. Gain 7 block, channel 2 frost. Seems pretty good. Frozen Egg Mummified Hand. Whenever we add a power card into the deck, upgrade it. It's pretty bug. We're like almost assuredly buying whatever's in the power slot at the store. I feel about Gremlin up. Boss, you know what? Make this safe. Yeah. Yeah. Gonna lose a lot of health here. quite a lot of health here. Ow. Please stop hurting me, Mr. Knob. So next, I believe he's guaranteed to use the weak vulnerable attack next turn. It's still going to take us several turns to kill. I think we just play Tempest? Need to do damage, and we need to play as few skills as possible here. Do I also play Zap for 8 more? So we're doing 9 plus 9 plus 9, 27. Take 2 more this turn, 2 more next turn. I'm going to do that. Don't think we kill next turn, but we do kill 2 turns from now. That's guaranteed lethal, so we can block. Okay, that was a rough Gremlin Knob fight, but we survived. I do intend to play the Dicey Dungeon stuff. Yep, Tom. A Storm Plus. Any deck can take a Storm Plus, it's this one, right? Whenever you play a power card, channel 1 Lightning. Innate. With Mummified Hand. I'm gonna take this. Doesn't do anything yet, because we don't have any other powers. Legit worried it would kill me there. We're certainly in trouble in this fight. Or would be, if we were being attacked. Apparently we're going for Jawworm first. Which is fine by me, we're turnip, right? Okay, not too bad. Power. Defrag. Rebound? I feel like we need another attacking card. Rebound's okay. Take a rebound. I think the recycle's a bit too cheeky without it being upgraded. Yeah, Rebound Glacier is sweet, right? So sweet. I'm really enjoying Turnip this act. We've fought so many Spike Slimes that have wanted me dead. Dex Potion's nice. Another Leap could be good. I'll make sure we're continued blocking. Let's take another Leap. Alright, Store. Good power. That's a pretty good power. Whoa, the Store. Hold on. Hello. Wow. That's a lot of good things in the store. So we've got 2... This is worth a consideration, by the way. 2 good upgraded powers. Buffer Plus, prevent the next 2 times we lose health right before Slime Boss. I don't think we're actually allowed to not buy this. Especially with the Mummified Hand. Magnetism adds a random colorless card into our hand at the start of our turn. There's an early genetic. Incense Burner. Makes us intangible every 6th turn. Orange Pellets, when we play a power attack and a skill in the same turn, removes all of our debuffs, and that's nuts. With Bias Cognition, if we were to find one. We don't have one yet, but we might at some point. I think I'm going to have to buy Buffer here. Pocket Watch and Incense Burner are very good. Could still buy magnetism. Tempting. Are we strong enough to beat Slime Boss with buffer? We don't really scale yet. Pay like $2 IRL to get the whole store. I'd pay more than $2 for this. How is magnetism good? Well, because of the Mummified Hand and Storm, it's going to channel a Lightning Orb and make a card free immediately. And then it's going to continue to add random cards into our hand, many of which are quite powerful. It can be like Apotheosis, Bomb, Panic Button, more powers. We can get Panache, Sadistic Nature, more copies of Magnetism. So kind of like a creative AI, this will let us scale up in power over time. I think Pellets is definitely the better medium-term play. I am worried about Slime Boss. Is it worth ever taking Doom and Gloom? Yeah, it is. Doom and Gloom helps us beat Slime Boss quite handily. We can do Fire Potion to make that fight extra safe as well. We could do Doom and Gloom card removal Fire Potion, even, and I like that a lot for making sure we survive. And then having a Doom and Gloom for next act is great. Yeah, I don't think I'm in a current position to take that Orange Pellets. And if we do get a Bias Cog, it'll still be amazing. I'm going to upgrade the Doom and Gloom because of the buffer. Meaning that we're probably safe in this fight. Yeah, Pellets can help out a lot in several specific fights, including the Heart itself. Is there a world where I die next turn because I did not draw buffer, and I cannot split? I hope not. Good, we drew buffer. That definitely makes my life a lot easier. Unfortunately, the Doom and Gloom was at the very bottom. Boop. And this is a good turn, well, with Doom and Gloom in the discard pile, this is not a good turn to split, but we don't really want to have all these statuses added to our draw pile. This could be Doom and Gloom, Zap, Cold Snap. Fire Potion. Yeah, let's do that. $33. New character on live? No. New character is not on the live branch right now. It's a bit of an oof. There's no reason to play this leap because we're one short. I could Dex Potion to save our buffer, but it feels unnecessary. Kill that one first. It's 3 slimed at this difficulty. You only get 5 on Ascension 19 and up. Have I looked at the Halloween event for Dicey Dungeons at all? I heard about it, and I would love to check it out on stream at some point in the coming couple days. Probably like on or the day before Halloween would be the perfect time. Alright, we successfully beat the Slime Boss. That's very good. There is not any powers in our boss reward, and I'm very upset about it. Echo Form, hello? Bias Cog? Creative AI? What gives? We want to get our orbs in play quickly. We can use Rainbow. I'm kind of leaning towards Fission as a way to remove our orbs. We have a reasonable number of ways to get them in play. And accelerate this deck a little bit, which is what we're hoping to accomplish, I think, is a really fast deck that plays a lot of cards on turn 1 and 2. So let's get a fission. And our boss relics are Busted Crown. Gain energy at the start of a turn, but card rewards have 2 less cards to choose from. Velvet Choker. Gain energy at the start of a turn. We cannot play more than 6 cards a turn. Or the Empty Cage to remove 2 cards. Would have preferred an Astrolabe here. With our Fission in our Mummified hand, certainly we don't want to bust a crown, right? We need to be able to add more upgraded powers. Given that we just had a Fission added, I really don't like a Velvet Choker very much. Does that mean we're removing strikes with Empty Cage? I'm okay with that. I think we have enough damage. Hope we have enough damage. Really hope we have enough damage. Okay, we cannot get to a store anytime soon. The only stores are awkwardly located in this act. We are almost forced to fight an elite. We don't have to, but if we want to go to a store, we must. Events are okay because we have the gold medal, though. So we want to kind of aggressively go into event spaces here.
Excellent work, Commander. This council is pleased to see our
this event
continued support of this project has been...
Tiny Disco Dog, thank you so much for those 3 months of Tier 2 subscription. Greatly enjoy the continued council funding. Enjoy that shiny new Defect Energy Badge and your heightened smug sense of superiority. A little bit worried about these fights. This might be our deck spot. Yeah. Definitely our deck's mission. Helps quite a lot. Yeah, I do. Legit forgot that was going to channel a lightning orb. This works though. With buffer in play, we should be pretty safe. Hologram is... okay. Gets us back Zap mainly. These are not the cards I was looking for. We'll take a hologram in case we find like a turbo or something, I guess. Hey. 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 Library has 3 powers in it. Loop, Self-Repair, Storm are all pretty good. Loop is like an integral part of this once we find some focus. Still looking for focus pretty badly. Any kind will do. Probably gotta be this loop. Tungsten Rod and Fission? What? I also don't know how Tungsten Rod and Fission have any interaction. The loop. And of hooded figures. Ooh, Ritual Dagger. Yeah, this deck wants a Ritual Dagger for sure. But hyper beam negative focus is still focus, says Chrono. Getting me on a technicality. Yeah, my defect decks, I think, really appreciate having a Ritual Dagger in them. It's a front-loaded damage card that scales up pretty well. Oh dear. Dang it. Ouch. Well, that's not the turn one I wanted. I'm not gonna play this if it's not gonna kill anybody. So buffer blocks 2 damage here. Ow. Jeez, dudes. What? Hello? I'm gonna die in this fight? What is happening? This is really bad. Potentially knock one out of the area. We might have to use our energy potion here. And then we're in big trouble because we really needed that for the elite. We might have to go the no elites route, and then we don't get to go to a shop then, which is really tough. Because we won't have any powers for the bronze automaton. I'm gonna go with this first. And now I have to potion almost assuredly. Had all 3 birds doing 6 times 6 the other night. If they get to that high, you have definitely got a big problem. Good lord, 6 times 6. That is most certainly terrifying. Let's see, we can gain 10? It's 24. Currently have 6, 16, plenty. So we got our dagger boosted. Potion? No potion. 2 random orbs for 1 energy is pretty good in chaos here. Could also take the charge battery, which will help us block on our low amount of energy. We're doing okay block-wise. I feel like we're gonna need the orbs here pretty badly. Impressed with how I made it through that? Well, I'm more concerned about what's next. We have no resources that are going to protect us in an elite fight, and we don't have the cards to actually win such a fight. The chaos here. Stop. Good face, bad face. How could that go for us? Weaken on turn 1 is bad. Empty chest would be bad. I go all the way right. The elite? All the way right is this path. I think we die here if I do that. I think I have to go this way. The middle, awkwardly and uncomfortably. Because I cannot fight triple slavers and win.
Ah.
Defect! Thank you so much for the 55 bits, Maniac Itamask. Give me a face. Base of Cleric. At the end of combat, raise our max health by 1. Okay, that helps all the way right from here. So, this guy. I don't think we make it through this fight is the problem. This elite will kill me if it's triple slavers. And if it's Book of Stabbing. And if it's Criminal Leader. Yeah, I can't fight an elite. I think we die to any of them. We're gonna upgrade our Ritual Dagger. So that it buffs by more per kill. The heart will kill us if we don't take elites. It might. But dying later is definitely better than dying now. Oh, nice. One here. I'm not going to play that. Aha. Foolish, foolish. So we want to get the Ritual Dagger back. Okay. That'd be easy to do. Damn. Damn, that hurts. Second Storm, there's our focus actually. Take the Consume, right? With a Loop Plus, especially. It does hurt Fission a little bit, but once we have it in play, we don't care about Fission so much. A second Storm Plus is great. Leap Plus is great, but I think we have to take a Consume and upgrade it if we want to survive. Why didn't I hologram the dagger? It wouldn't have actually killed, was the problem. When I had the chance to hologram it. Shuriken? Ew. Not on this character. Not right now. Not with this deck. Please don't kill me. Ugh. Killed me. Metaphorically speaking. Not literally, of course. You have less health. Got him. Don't want it to do too much damage per turn, because I would like very much to be able to slay this lady with the Ritual Dagger. It's 18. Dual cast won't kill. Ritual Dagger does. It is a power. That's not the power we wanted, but it is a power. These cards, man. I might need to take that. It's innate, though? Ugh. I really don't want it to be innate. Claw is scaling. That's true, in a sense. Kind of wishing I'd taken that magnetism back in Act 1. One more card reward. Yikes. Yeah, we are running out of time to be able to beat Ron's Automaton here. I don't see a world where we survive having 2 innate powers in Act 3, though. We'll just die to, like, everything. There's no way I can take that without a bag of preparation. Just be instant death all the time. Just play hologram first, wasn't I? Yeah, I was. That works though. When in doubt, it just works. Plus at a timely buffer. Might be enough. Genuinely might be enough. The consume did go a long way. Damn it. Doesn't kill. Double cast off the zap would just immediately kill. We can do this though. Now we're safe. Or was it? Maybe it wasn't an immediate kill, and I'm ridiculous. Okay, we did not get a reward there either. Maybe I need to take this charge battery. Ah. It's a great fish in here. Strike tummy. Cards containing there's a dead relic. It is literally nothing. Oh. That's bad. That's very not good. Although if we get a Thunderstrike, it'll be pretty sweet. Can I block for 10? Yes. Perform creative AI Thunderstrike. I'll take it. Like that very much, in fact. Okay, we're entirely safe now. Petition to rename Cold Snap to Cold Strike. Blessing of the Forge. Upgrade all of our cards in hand for the rest of combat. And 3 more mediocre cards, unfortunately. We could take a go for the eyes here to have some weaken, but it won't do anything against the Bronze Automaton, who's our main concern currently. So I think we're skipping yet again, which feels very painful. Maybe with the hologram we want to go for the eyes. Like, almost good. Be upgrading. hologram. We seen any powers from card rewards? We saw a Hello World. And I think we saw this loop. Luck here. The Blood Vial Gray. The Blood Vial grays out after it gets used in each combat. Because of reasons. Oh yes, loop. That loop was library, that's right. That is totally correct. Cool. Could be a good turn. Looped Dark Orb would do wonders here. We have to Doom and Gloom first, because we'll get a Lightning Orb out of that. Do I Hollow and play Doom and Gloom again? Yes. Yes, I do. Take some damage here. But we're set up pretty well. It's not ready to be dual casted yet. We want to loop this Dark Orb for a little bit. Might even consume it. Consume down to 1 orb slot here. I'm gonna do that. So we just buffer the big old Hyper Beam, no problem, no problem. That looks good enough to me. No Ritual Dagger unless Sweeping Beam draws it. No. That's fine though. We won. We definitely won the fight. Come on, power. Yes, we got a power. More importantly, we got an Echo form. First card we play each turn gets played twice. That's the start of something good. Just make sure the other considerations aren't also, like, pretty good. Machine Learning's yet another innate power. Or all for one to get back 0 cost stuff. Yeah, it's just an Echo form, right? It's just an Echo form. Just an Echo form. 4th energy feels great. Cursed Key gives us a 4th energy. When we open a non-boss chest, we gain a curse, but that's alright. Because we already have the blue key. Could take the Slaver's Collar to get 1 extra relic. And to gain an energy during boss and elite combats only. Or we could take the Culling Bell for a relic. 3 relics and 1 unique curse, but I'm going to take the Curse Key here. Isn't the color much better? I don't like the color very much, truthfully. Having energy in hallway fights is really important. A lot of them can do a ton of damage to you if you're unprepared. So I think I'm going to take the Curse Key. Fighting Awakened One. That's okay. We're not afraid of Awakened One. We need to fight the Burning Elite, which is over here. So we have to take a fairly mediocre path through the act. We're going to go to a store. This potion is Blessing of the Forge, which upgrades all cards in our hand for the rest of the turn. How do I want to do this? Afford to play everything anyway. It's fine then. Rebound the Doom and Gloom. This turn could hurt a lot. Yeah. Exactly. If I Doom and Gloom dual cast, what does that look like? Pull the front one. And then I can Ritual Dagger to kill the back one. We take 11. Ugh. Rough turn. Definitely a rough turn. I don't think there's a better route through this. Gloom dual cast, kill one with dagger. Doesn't buff the dagger, but we need to survive, which we are not currently doing. This fight is really nasty to encounter on the first floor. This is one of the hard pool fights, but it's also an easy pool fight, because who knows why that was decided. Okay, now we kill this guy instead. Kill you, take 13. If I Blessing of the Forge, I can block for a lot, actually. Let's do that. The dual cast becomes free. We only take 1. Yeah, that's... Wait, that didn't kill. Why did I... Oh man, I just thought the Ritual Dagger was a kill. Because it should be, but it's not. Damn. Real, that's rude. That is extremely rude. So we're down a fair bit of our health here. We don't want any of that. Come on. Good! Okay, here we go. Here we go. Some actual good stuff. Yeah, it was a kill to the left one. For sure. So Defragment gives us additional focus, which is something we've been looking for a long time. Dolly's Mirror lets us duplicate a card in the deck, which might actually be Loop. But could also be Echo Form, right? Or Buffer. Like, there's so many options that are extremely good. Probably Echo Form. What potion has the rainbow skin? This is the Distilled Chaos, playing the top 3 cards of the drop pile. Yeah, I think we want to duplicate our Echo Form. Don't think that genetic algorithm is going to get leveled. We're going to have a hard time against Awakened one, aren't we? A little bit. Can we grab Transmutation as well? What? We're going to go to the next store, buy another power there. That Echo Form. The dreaded double Echo Form. Which boss is it? Awakened one is our boss. Got these wounds glitching out. An upgraded hologram? Nah. We want a Force Field Plus. Yeah, see, this was one of the fights where I didn't want to take the thingy. Because of this happening. Looks like we're using our Explosive Potion to save us 10 health here. Transient lowers its damage output every time it takes damage. Is unfortunately a giant jerk. If I double dual cast, we need to do 50 damage here. The best way to do 50 damage while also playing Consume to be 32. Then I would consume, then I would do another 12. That's not all of the damage required. Double rebound consumes zap. Not enough. That'd be 18. Then we consume. These all become 11 when invoked. Just double tempest does work, but then I can't play consume. And I would really like to play this consume. Maybe I double consume. Double consume, dual cast, zap tempest definitely does all the required damage. Yeah. We're gonna rebound that zap even. I think. 6 focus, this will do 9. No, hold on. It's not enough. Only exactly enough. Echo Form does work on X cards, yeah, and then we double buffer and we're fine. Fight. So we get pretty strong once we have the Echo Forms in play. It's pretty good. Woo! I'll take a Glacier Plus. Not even gonna, like, doubt it. Self-Repair? Yes, please. This deck definitely wants a Self-Repair Plus. For so many reasons. Welcome to the deck, Self-Repair Plus. We can double that in a fight to gain 20 hit points back. Which should hopefully help us get to the boss. Don't want the Amplify, because we have Echo Forms, which are basically doing the same thing but better, although we have 2 Echo Forms, so we could, in theory, triple cast a power. I think that's too fancy. How do we feel about Potion Belt? How do we feel about Toolbox? Legit. How do we feel about Toolbox versus a removal? Not gonna go to a shop until Act 4. Choose one of 3. Toolbox is interesting now that you get to choose the card. Turn 1. Like, truthfully, we're taking most of our damage on turn 1, and Toolbox is giving us another card on turn 1. Let's try it. I wonder if we rest here. Those aren't particularly good upgrades. We have an elite coming up. I'm gonna rest here. Ash Violence. Secret weapon.
Commander,
Secret weapon, yeah.
One of our most valued supporters. It says continued support of the XCOM project.
Toddy1029, thank you so much for those 6 months of Twitch Prime support. Greatly appreciate the continued council funding, and in return, enjoy your renewed smug sense of superiority. Deleted. Couldn't quite line that up in the way that I wanted to. Got the second Echo Form down, and we can now duplicate our self-repair, which is the important thing here. Make sure we do that. Like to upgrade Glacier to make the most of it. Glacier upgrade's pretty good. I do approve of that. Take 16 damage. 16 plus 9 is 25, so I would take damage. Not gonna bother. Won't often have more than one type of orb. Especially with our consume shenanigans. Whatever's tempting. I don't think it's quite good enough. I think we finally got enough strong cards in this deck that it's working out. Oh, heck yes. Oh, heck yes. We'll not be able to kill that dagger next turn, we'll see. Doesn't matter, head echo for him. So we buffer this hit, no problem, then we have an echo form in play, and from here life should be pretty easy. We double the echo form. Gonna make two things free. And then our next two cards get doubled. This fails to double. So our next two cards still get played twice. So this gets played twice. And this gets played twice. We're in good shape here. Dare say we are in excellent shape. I knew that Tempest was the last card in the draw pile there, I checked it. Good stuff. Hey, card draw. Skim plus draw 4 cards. Yes, please. Enter my deck now, thank you. We'll get a curse if we open this chest. Don't want that. Curses with a deck that has a buffer in particular are particularly painful, because if this is a pain or a regret, it could cause us to lose our buffer at an inopportune time. Run is Crazy Town. What are we doing on turn 1? 25 incoming damage, huh? I have doubled self-repair, actually. I'll take the panache, hilariously. I'll take the panache. Okay, hopefully this time we can actually buff the Ritual Dagger. Let's see about that. These enemies are all very rude. %, win unless I get the blue wolf boss. This one? We are fighting that guy. We're also only on Ascension 11 though, so I think we'll be able to outscale the Awakened one pretty easily. Wondering if I double up on dual cast here. That gives us 20 block immediately, and then we can hologram Glacier? How much block is that? 20, 25... and then that's another 11, so 36. Being attacked for 40. That's good enough. You stop hurting me. Is it time for the second storm? I encourage everyone to use the term "we" to describe the state of the run. It's always the term I use, because even though I'm the one here at the mouse and keyboard, controlling all the action, we are collectively experiencing each run of Slay the Spire. Everybody in chat has inputs of some kind, your ability to communicate via chat. And definitely I do make decisions from time to time based on either suggestions in chat or because somebody pointed out a play that was legitimately much better than what I was able to find myself. And so we collectively are a far better Slay the Spire player than any of us on our own, myself included. So heck yeah, I say we when I refer to the run. I always will. I'm gonna take another storm. I don't know if that's right, but I'm doing it. Ooh. No, I want this so bad. We could take Aesthetic Discharge. That'd be an interesting way to beat the heart. We're starting to need a heat sinks. How would we beat Awakened One at this point? I don't think I want to buy that. Do I? That could be so much damage against the heart. That's the only console this should be released on. Yeah, not the Switch. We need a port of Slay the Spire to the Wii. The Anvil Pot is the new art for Essence of Steel. The Shoveler. It's gotten a bit of an update. I liked the old art personally, but I like the anvil shape on the Forge Potion. Is there a steel option? There is with one of the mods. If you click on the tag, you'll fight the merchant. Which is not an easy fight. Alright, I might regret that. We'll see. Don't have any curse-related stuff. Lose 4 max. Am I doing Watcher for the Streak? Not yet. Okay, we're being attacked for 18. The bomb. Get to play it for free. Behold my orbs. Hold them. That wasn't quite ideal.
Of support, we are extremely impressed.
Why I skipped a question mark right there? Because I need to go to the Burning Elite. If I don't, we lose the run. Ritual Dagger kill. That would actually just kill. So I have to defend twice? Wait, hold on. Is there any way for me to not kill this enemy? I don't think so. All Lightning Plus. Is the last run of the day? Probably not. We've only been live for a little over 3.5 hours, so we're about halfway through, Actually, wait, no, we've been live for more than that. The uptime is a little bit wrong. Got about an hour and a half of stream left, so I'll probably do one more run. Well, I think it would be okay. Kind of worried about my ability to block Awakened One, mainly. Okay, Giant Head should be easy. Giant Head should be very easy. Unfortunate that I drew that. I don't think it matters too much, though. We have 4 buffer stacks. As life intended. Oh, I can hologram the Echo Form and put it into play now. That works, too. Well, that works, too. Just die, lol. The ghost is 71 immediately. Wow. A Ritual Dagger kill White Bee statue means we get a potion after the elites in Act 4. Angry. Might have to take another skim. Yeah, we'll take one more. Okay, we got a recall here. Grab our Ruby Key. I'm not 100% sure how this fight is going to go. Flash of Steel, Forethought, and Good Instincts are not very good. Yeah, the relic that's actually just one potion. Bit of an oof. Alright, am I going to play these storms? I guess is the first question. I don't think so, right? We want to play... We want to scale up with Frost here. Although, how do I kill the birds? I have a Ritual Dagger? Okay, we can kill the birds. So I don't want to play... Storm. Welcome back, SRF. Back from faculty. Ooh, can't play Glacier and Consume. We go like this. I could like get this get the Consume off. I'm gonna go this route. I don't know if that's the right route through the fight. TBH. Ooh, we don't get to Echo Form this. Oh! I think this is gonna be necessary. This fight is ugly. We're looking for an Echo Form. Perfect. Perfect timing. Okay. Draw first? What do we... I want to double that defrag. Means taking some damage here. I think the route through the fight involves taking a little bit of damage. So that we can get everything in play here. Play this first. Okay, so we get rid of one of the birds with Ritual Dagger. Gonna skim. Play the Echo Form. Which made Chaos free, so we'll play it. 2 Plasma Orbs. Okay, hold on, I can keep going here. Like that. A little bit awkward. We'll cast the next Echo Form as well. So the next 2 cards we play will also be double casted. Which means we can double this Doom and Gloom to kill the bird, and then double Hologram, if we so desire. Yeah, Awakened One is only gaining 1 strength per power we play on this Ascension level, which makes this fight a lot more manageable. On Ascension 20, I don't know that this deck would win this fight. But on this Ascension level, I think we're okay. In fact, looks like we're pretty good. truthfully. For energy. Let's go with consume. Sure. So our first 3 cards each turn get doubled. So our next goal is to double Defragment and Loop. And then we should be safe. So now was not the time to pull the Loop that we're going to double. I think we still do it. Okay, that's enough passive block that we should be safe now. So we're blocking for 18 plus 36, 54, being attacked for 60. Okay, so we sometimes... We need a little bit of help for the multi-attacks, and otherwise we're just passively blocking for enough here. So we'll kill, if we double zap here, we'll kill Awaken One at the start of the next turn, which gives me time to find block. Or we can do this too. Calipers would be good here, huh? Alright, fight Awakened One. Mesa Cleric gave us quite a bit of max health that might just make the difference here. 2 thump, 2 thump. Have I been here before? We have enough money for 1 potion. And we can rest for 3 hit points. I think resting for 3 hit points is not as good as upgrading one of our block cards, probably. Tempest, Leap, or Glacier are the best options. Maybe dual cast, too. Lifting is an option as well, making all of our attacks do 1 more damage. We have very few of those, though. We do get a potion off the elites, that's right. I'm gonna upgrade our... We have a turnip? I'm gonna upgrade one of these leaps. Glacier's pretty good too. Bird Storm. It's on sale. Maybe? That's a lot of damage output. None of these potions are any good, unfortunately. It'll help us a lot against the elites, I think. We could take a ton of damage on turn 1. Oh. I don't know if this is good enough. We really need Echo Forms out early, and if we take a Storm, we have less chance of drawing them. Or Buffer on turn 1. But I think we need something, and I'm going to take it. Let's see if that worked out. Please don't attack me turn 1. Okay, panic button, that'll work. Maybe Master of Strat. Just have like the biggest, baddest turn 1 ever. Yeah. Because this is the alternative. Okay, so I should be able to play the entire hand. And have Glacier on top next turn? That's pretty good. That's pretty good, okay. So we go Storm. 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 Defragment. Echo Form. Rebound. Sure, defend. Take some damage here. We still have the prospect of doubled self-repair, though. Should be enough block. This is 12. Yeah. Now for the ugly part. This turn. Do we not die? Kind of wanted buffer here. Do we double sweeping beam to try to get it, or just double the self-repair? Sweeping beam draws 2 cards. Can we mulligan this hand? I wish. We couldn't afford the Gambler's Brew, unfortunately. Double Tempest will not end the fight. It's not even close to enough damage, tragically. I think I got a Sweeping Beam twice. Okay, Hologram helps a ton. Well, not that much of a ton. Oof, this is gonna hurt. Big time. In Holo Glacier, we take approximately 1 million damage. I can hologram rebound so that we can turn around, and then I take, like, still mostly 1 million damage. I think this is... Didn't draw the Ritual Dagger either. So bad. Disaster. So many much better cards in here. Dang. Dang, dang, dang. I could try hologramming for the sweeping beam, and if we hit Ritual Dagger, we'll be okay. Or a skim into a fission, or a fission. Yeah, we don't have a frozen eye, so we don't know what we're drawing here. Only a frozen heart with all these glaciers. Hollow Glacier's less damage taken than Hollow Rebound. I trust you. I didn't actually start doing the math on that yet. Let's verify here. It'd be 5 plus... We block 4 with 1 focus. We block for 16. Actually, more than that, because of Static Discharge. So we'll block for 16 plus another 12. So 28 plus 5. 33 block. Whereas Rebound does not block that much. If we hologram the sweeping beam and try to YOLO into one of our like 4 outs, it could go really well. Or it could just go disastrously. Like truly disastrously. So I guess it becomes the question, can we win the run if we leave this fight with like 30 hit points? I think so. I think there's a draw order in the heart. Especially with a decent potion. I think it's possible to win that. Can I get self-repair echoed? That is the next question. That I don't know the answer to. Ritual Dagger 1 time. Kill off the Spire Spear here. We want to get Buffer in play. Channel Lightning Orbs. So we Ritual Dagger, Buffer, Fission? It's not going to kill, is it? Or do we buffer first so the lightning orbs can be wasted? I think that's what we do. We're still doubling the next card too, right? That one. Okay. It's fine. This is fine. Okay, so this should allow me to double self-repair now. When we find it. There you are. So go into the heart fight with 51 hit points. That is hopefully enough. Oh, sorry. 66 hit points and a block potion. This would have been good a long time ago. It's not very helpful in the heart fight. Chaos might be good, though. Just for a powerful card that I can duplicate. This fight is really about how quickly we can get both Echo Forms in play. And not much else. Would have really liked a Capacitor here. That might have been life-saving. Yeah, Electro is 6 lightning orbs with the 3 storms in play, right? Our win con is going to be cycling lightning, almost certainly. And then, like, yeah, with, like, chaoses and stuff. Let's take the other chaos. Alright. I'm not sure we win this. Panache helps. Panache definitely helps. Okay, we get Static Discharge out immediately, too. That's good. So we can play everything in this hand. It'll take us 6 damage from Beat of Death. But that's okay. Use the block potion later turn. Do we want to Panache first? No, we don't. Because even though the Panache... We can trigger the Panache if we play it first. But if we play it last, it'll be 3 lightning orbs. That's 24 damage versus the 10 damage of playing it first. So we play it last. And I think I want the non-lightning orbs for next turn, so I'm going to play the Chaos last. Two Dark Orbs, okay, and we did like 100 damage. We're going to need some luck to survive these turns. Buffer? Hello, Buffer. Are you there? I think we gotta try to find it, right? Okay, you're not Buffer. You are important. That's very scary. Yeah, block potion lets us stay alive for 1 turn. Can I play this whole hand? No. Do we have to skip these? We can't skip these powers. We will straight die if we do not play these powers right now. So we have to put them in play, and it just has to be good enough. Not sure if we're supposed to Sweeping Beam here. I don't think we are. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Chrono. Leap, defrag, loop, and hope that we hit the Echo Form. It's 2 chances. A 1 in 3 followed by a 1 in 2. Nice. Nailed it. Okay, so are we allowed to Sweeping Beam now? Also, I think I was supposed to defrag first. For the slight additional damage. Okay, that works. How much do I think I'm going to need 1 hit point? Do I play Slimed? By the time Slimed comes back, it shouldn't matter. That feels true. They're out for next turn. Glacier? Or Glacier? Maybe Leap? Those aren't my outs. GG. Yeah, GG. And so the streak ends on defect yet again. GG. G freaking G. The problem child. Always defect. Wondering what decisions we could have made differently in that run. I felt like we got an early, really strong... I'm like oddly tempted to see what happens if I try to ladder streak, just alternating Silent and Ironclad. Do I just like win that? That was a really brutal act too, right? The empty... This was the problem. Empty Cage on as our Act 1 boss reward was such a punishment. We weren't able to get any relics in Act 2 because we were so weak. And ultimately, when it came time to fight the heart, we just weren't strong enough. Because we didn't have any relics. Well, that's pretty brutal. That's pretty brutal. Empty Cage was up against Velvet Choker and... Calling Bell? No, not Calling Bell. Empty Choker... Velvet Choker and something else that was untakeable. Busted Crown, that's right. Yeah, we couldn't take Busted Crown with the Frozen Egg Mummified Hand. There's no way. There's no way we could have taken that Busted Crown. Crown would have certainly killed us. Right? Was Toolbox worth? Toolbox felt like it was useful. It wasn't amazing. And we could have bought a Thunderstrike with the money. That's probably what we would have spent the money on. And I don't think Thunderstrike would have helped us against the heart with that draw order either. We just would, like, die to the first cycle of the heart, then there's not much you can do. We were very, very dependent on drawing Buffer on, or at least Glacier, on the big attack turn there. Yeah, Toolbox could have been amazing with the right card. Against the heart, we wanted, what, Apotheosis, maybe? Not sure. Either way, dang. I liked our Act 1 quite a bit. Act 1 went well. I don't feel bad about taking the Storm or anything. Or just about anything else we did in Act 1. Yeah, it was really that Empty Cage when everything went sideways. We were okay, actually, despite everything. Like, we never dipped below 40 health.
Commander,
until the boss.
Aliens are disturbing.
Tell Life Master, thank you so much for that Twitch Prime sub. Welcome. Or sorry, excuse me. Thank you so much for the continued Twitch Prime support. One more month till that shiny red Ironclad energy badge. Do I think Choker would have ended up being better? Potentially. But also, I don't think it would have been enough. Maybe it would have let me fight elites. And maybe that's all I needed, was to be able to fight elites in Act 2. I think our pathing in Act 2 is what ultimately killed us. You can't go conservative when it comes to a heart run. Defect has roughly the same win rate as Silent at 820. Depends on who you ask. For me, no. What's it? STS data. Here's my over 100 Ascension 20 heart runs. Here's my win rate on all three characters. It was like 45% on Ironclad, 33% on Silent, 25% on Defect. I think the third Storm was very potentially a misplay. The second one might have even been. I was pretty desperate for some kind of power. But reducing our ability to draw Buffer and Echo Form on turn 1 hurt pretty hard. Is that a dead link, really? My data break? Maybe it's just Spire Logs that's broken. Oh yeah, Spire Logs is broken. Well, that's a thing. Oh no, it loaded in eventually. Yeah, there we go. So it's 40%, 47% on Ironclad, 33% on Silent, 24% on Defect, were my win rates over 100 runs. Yes, Oreno Skyman. Playing a buffer without block causes the buffer to be lost to Beat of Death immediately. Very much so. Very much so. Let's see. Well then, got a little bit left in the stream today. I think we're going to round things out with some speedruns, because it's been a while since I played some speedruns. So let's go fast. Get a couple of runs in before the end of the stream. I think Defect needs to be buffed somehow. I don't think so, Randall Thor. If Defect has any weaknesses, and it's really only a weakness against the heart specifically that it has, I believe. Possibly the elites before the heart, but it's really only Act 4 where Defect struggles. Act 1, 2, and 3, Defect is arguably better than the other characters. And it still remains to be seen whether this is something that players can account for. Or not. I think I need to be buffed. I need to get better at Defect, is what I think, mainly. Alright, so we're going to do a couple speed runs here. Unlike our normal gameplay, the goal here is to go as fast as possible to defeat the game, just Act 3, not the heart, as quickly as possible. And usually that means completely ignoring defensive options and going all in on damage. Let's roll. Boss Relic start? Sure, Phylostone seems good. So we want to minimize the amount of combats we encounter. And prioritize events. Elites are generally not worth the time it takes to kill them. Thunderclap's usually pretty good. We're gonna go straight up. Okay. Your relic. Hair. Cool, that was basically a net gain. Oh, I do have desync on, whatever. So we're not going at optimum speed here, so we're not going to be able to, like, PB or anything. But we should have some nice fun runs. Perfected Strike? Sure, I'm in. Sure. You had me at hello. Yeah, maximize X cost AoE attacks. And maybe get a little strength. You don't need it, but it's nice if you have it. Not going to take a heavy blade with no strength yet. We will take this. Probably supposed to take the Inflame instead. That's fine. We remove Defense. Charon's Ashes is slow and to animate, but is pretty good. Order. Order, tape recorder. Well, this potion's nice. Shockwave is pretty good and does damage. Second Perfected Strike. I'm in. I'll fight an elite with this. Yeah, we'll get us one relic here. I think it'll be pretty quick. Hopefully that pays for itself. We'll see. Not really. Not sure why I went Flame Barrier there. Brain was like, you should take this. Alright, Brain, I trust you. To the correct game. Like that there's a correct game for the community vote. Not just any game, but the right game. Some sort of AoE would be nice. Didn't know you were allowed to take block cards in a speedrun. You really shouldn't do it. But if you must, a block card that does damage is a pretty decent choice. Ow. It does so much damage. Runic Cube seems oddly hilarious. Right. Draw a card every time we take damage. Good a chance. I see a route that takes like no combats at all. I'm in. This animation might be too long to be worthwhile. Should definitely have used the colorless potion to get one more card so that would have killed. It's fine though. We'll take a pummel strike because we have 2 perfected strikes. We'll not take bites. And we'll not take apparitions. Both of those are far too slow. Watch where I took the ashes. I didn't even think. I saw a relic, I clicked on the relic. There was not any time to consider. Still faster than taking an extra turn in the combat, too. Bolted egg, okay. Oop, defends. Not that one, that one. Pantograph's great. Upgrade Flame Barrier. It's gold, gain a relic. 2 regular combats. Got plenty of health, we should use it as a resource. Also draws us cards. One of those might have been a good pick. I couldn't really parse it very well. We did lose to Harpad. We did indeed, unfortunately, on that defect run. Couldn't quite cut it. See, Ashes made that fight way faster. Taking a Havoc Plus, cause heck yeah. What's the worst that could happen? Ashes do 3 damage to all enemies every time we exhaust a card. Which I'm going to do to my whole deck here. Champ might give me a problem. Champ might give me a very big problem. Doesn't the deck fizzle out? Oh yeah, it definitely does that. We just have to win before it does. Alright, is 8 strength enough? No. Come on, champ. Don't be that guy. Below half. Gonna be that guy. Something order. Okay. I have very little remaining in terms of attacks. Or anything. But I think we got there. Yeah, okay. That was a little bit weird, but I'll take it. Limit break seems absolutely insane. Oh god. Okay. We get these cards now. We removed all of our strikes, and we're going to remove Perfected Strike now, too. So what I just performed was called Pandora's Glitch. Which is a glitch where, when you're being given multiple cards in a card reward, like from Pandora's Box usually, you can, with the right series of inputs there, avoid having them added to your deck, and instead just benefit from the Pandora's Box removing all of your strikes and defends. Pandora's Glitch still works, it does, yep. They have not fixed it. Not cheating? Not on a speedrun, it's not. In a Ascension 20 Heart run, it would definitely be cheating. But in a speedrun, anything goes. I like that we like drew the flame barrier from over here. There's only 4 cards in the deck. May have made a mistake. I had only Havoc left by at the end there. Oh man, this deck is weird. It's so janky. Why is it so janky? Give me more of those. Thanks. Does Pommel draw itself? I don't know. Good question. Got him. It's not possible for a card to draw itself, but it is possible for a card to trigger a relic, and the relic causes the card to draw again. Simplest example is an Unceasing Top. Like if you have 1 0-cost card in an Unceasing Top, you'll just draw the same card over and over again, for example. That's better. Order. Or whatever. That's definitely not the correct order. That was definitely not the right order. Ungodly order. Like that description quite a lot. I'm gonna drink that. Okay, Liquid Memories is kind of neat. Nice. Getting Awakened one, I'm gonna need 2 Flame Barriers for that. Be a slow combat. I think we need this upgraded too. That should win though. With an upgraded Limit Break, I think we actually start winning fights more reasonably. On the plus side, we'll just draw a ton of cards. It's nice. What are we at here? 13 minutes? Could be a decent, like, maybe a little bit more than 15-minute run. Got completely obliterated by that nerd. Drug Plus might have been good. Take one of these out. Oh, this guy might kill me. Nope, not with his hand. I hope not. It's a custom game, this is a speed run. I think that's what you were asking. If I lose to you guys, I would be very disappointed in myself. The enemy does not intend to attack. Is it a run with the standard deck? This is a speed run, yeah. So it's we haven't had any alterations to the starting deck. No. Standard conditions. Please die. Oh, I accidentally removed all my attacks, but that's fine because we win now. I think. Yeah, we're fine. That was maybe a little scary. That was definitely maybe a little very scary. So we go spot weakness, limit break, spot memories, limit break again, havoc. Spot weakness again, shockwave. Or whatever. GG. Just over 16 minutes. Not bad. Not bad. That potion really did a number, getting limit break back. To thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire? Is this the source of this evil? Call that a really good run. Or an ironclad run. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Base game, the achievement for the base game is sub 20 minutes, mathematician. So that would have easily cleared that. Let's see. Can we try a Watcher speedrun? Let's try a Watcher speedrun. So, no Ascension. I don't really know how to speedrun Watcher. Our best kill was, Our best kill was like 15 minutes? I imagine we're meant to go all-out offense here, but I have no idea. Yeah, remove 2 defense. Sounds like a great way to start and totally die, right? So we start with the Pure Water, giving us a miracle we can play every combat. All Wrath all the time. Bowling Bash seems great. Let us continue to just remove the block cards, because that's a great idea and not a terrible one. Okay, I have literally like no block cards left. Oh, we really wanted Blasphemy. Tantrum's pretty good though. Take a Tantrum. Indignation lets us apply vulnerable to enemies. That's gonna work really poorly here. Okay. Defect ladder did rip indeed, unfortunately. Probably supposed to not exit Wrath there. Yeah, scrying into speedrun, not so good. Wow, that worked out shockingly well. Okay, we have a Ragnarok now. That's gotta be fast, right? Oh yeah. Order. Pain and a Wrath, huh? I don't have any AoE. That's not good. That works though. Ever done heartbeat speedruns? I have. Yep. If you use !PB, you'll see my best times for both heart kills and not heart kills. Okay, Guardian might be a huge problem. Yeah, this could be a problem. Never mind. Ignore what I just said. I don't need two of those. Do I? Ladder died on defect not long ago, tragically, disastrously, saddeningly. Guardian, more like Deadian. More like Diedian. Oh man, we got another card removal. Alright, Vigilance, see you later. No, not that one. Oh, Eruption, Indignation, Bull Rush. Wow, you just died. Okay, good talk. Crap, this deck. It needs halt. We have remove strikes. Wonder if signature attack was any good there. Oh man, liquid memories is filthy good. Those are filthy good potions. What's our routing from this way? Not even close to being okay. Ambrosia's extra filthy. That puts us in Divine Stance, which means we deal triple damage for one combat. Oh, Smoke Bomb. Get rid of that one. I didn't think this part through. Okay. Give me a way to do that reliably, and let's just go more energy. I like this speed run. What's a decent route? We're gonna go through the Burning Elite, just because it's gonna be the easiest. I am definitely gonna die to misjudging the Blasphemy at some point. Smoke Bombing Burning Elite might have been great had I still had the thingy to do it with. This... no. You know what? Yes. The 999 gold. Ooh, okay, that's good. Thingy. Order. Ow. Playing fast is hard. Please draw lethal on turn 1. That is... is that lethal turn 1? Doesn't look lethal. What if I... okay. Vault is filthy. Ceasing top is filthy. We die to awaken one? I'm not sure how to I'm not sure how to play this. I'm just gonna die to the awaken one. That sounds great. That sounds excellent. White die here too. I'm letting those days get it put into the pile. Oh god. Mistakes have been made. Mistakes have definitely been made. I think I died to this. That's incredible. Of all the things to die to. Yeah, we're just dead to this. If I had a Wrath Stance, I immediately die. God, that's funny. Couldn't handle the days being put into the draw pile. Wow. I really had to kill those on turn 1. Whoops. Holy moly. What a way to die. Let's try that again. I like the Watcher speedrun. Let's try that again. Yes, another try. Give me a rare colorless card. That'll do. Actually, will that? That probably won't do. Probably terrible on a speedrun to take Apotheosis early. I'm doing it. Certainly that was terrible. I don't have like the gut feeling for what kills and what doesn't in the opening hands. It's not what I meant to do. Let's try that again anyway. Such as the speedruns. Live fast, die fast. I think I gotta go a little slower until I actually understand how Watcher works. I'm so used to going super fast on the other characters, but that's because I have an intrinsic understanding of how to play them quickly. Let's try pressure points and remove everything. I wonder if that works. Find out. We're gonna go the lake water thing. We need to block a little bit to win with pressure point. Lose that string pot. Captain's Wheel giving us block on turn 3 is kind of interesting. Oh, I could have done that better. Could have killed that turn, actually. Nope. Exegos definitely dies to pressure points. We've seen that before. Draw 1 pressure points and we're good. Cool. Skip all that nonsense. How does a runic pyramid feel? Actually, how does a empty cage feel? The idea is to just get a thin enough deck that we can cycle pressure points endlessly from now until the end of time. Our characters this is the Watcher Crush, the third official character being added to Slay the Spire. She's only available on the beta branch at the moment, which is only accessible through Steam, so you need a copy of the game on Steam to play her for now. Cool. Artifact to block pressure points. It sure does. It's also direct hit point loss, as you probably saw. Use it as a kind of weird AoE thing against multiple targets. Check this out. Every time you play the pressure points, it triggers the pressure points damage on all targets that have it. Stacks in fun ways. Like so. We'd like a, oh, I was gonna say I'd like a peace pipe. That works too. Free relic. We have an 8-card deck currently. Starting to want some card draw. I wonder if Mantra was the right card draw. I don't think so, or Prayer, or whatever. A lift to literally no benefit. The strength effect pressure points, no. It does not. Signature move. That's kind of cute. These two again, huh? If you click the recall button and go to the next floor fast enough, you can lose the key? What? I had no idea that was possible. How did we manage to get those two relics lined up in the worst way? Demand an explanation. Yeah, that was a lot slower than the last act, too, but that Ragnarok nonsense was way too strong. Yeah, let's double these potions. That sounds great. Oh man, Awakened One's gonna purge the... Oh, that's not gonna be good. We really wanted, Actually, who did we want? You know, this doesn't work against any of the Act 3 bosses very well, does it? Oh, it also doesn't work at all against these guys. Oh god. At least we have a double strength regen pot. Actually, this worked out pretty well. That'll do. Sanctity is card draw. Oh, not the dazed again. Get out of here. Okay. Recovered that somewhat. We have a crescendo now. Yeah, whatever. Looking too fast. Not me dead that, but it retains, so it's not actually bad per se. Ugh. Wrath does not affect the mark, no. Don't think I was supposed to buy that. We're definitely still going too fast. Part of the problem here. Let's me leave Calm Stance, actually. We can get energy out of it. It's not even useless. Too fast? Too fast. Is there even such a thing? Wonder how many turns it takes the deck as is to kill Transient. I think we're in Trouble Town. Oh god. I should not have taken mine Mark of the Bloom either. I think I was supposed to take the curse? Maybe just the boss fight and accept that it's going to be a slow process. No? Our potions don't do anything. That'll work. That will definitely work. So it puts an insight into our draw pile every turn, which lets us draw more. And the insights retain, so we can set up weird combo turns. It's gonna be a little bit slow, but we're gonna win the fight. The run, rather. Adding a third one, I think, helps quite a bit. Yeah, I'll say. Can I block that? Actually, can I kill? Yes. With Crescendo, I can actually get a kill here. Brilliant. Yeah, the incense burn on the captain's wheel are in a competition to see who can be more useless because of the other one. Kind of impressive. What do we got here? Skip. Okay, we need to get this in play, though. What's this? It's gonna scale on the Awakened one for the moment. I'm not sure that's correct. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be trying to kill everybody else or not. I think I need to kill the birds, actually, now that I think about it more. Yeah, we have to kill the birds, or I'm gonna die here. Apologies to the fans of the birds in the audience. Crescendo into Vigilance is free block, that's true. I have bigger fish to fry. Not bad. 16-minute run. That was just as fast as the Ironclad run, actually. With pressure points of all friggin' things, so you can indeed speedrun with this card. That's kind of cool. I definitely learned something new about pressure point. Seems great, actually, at least on lower ascensions. It does so much damage if you cycle quickly, or if you have a lot of copies of it. Two thump, a deep, pulsing dread felt throughout the room. GG. GG. Alright. I'm gonna do one more at least. I feel like we need some revenge on the Spire. And that means Defect needs to kill the Spire. To make up for dying on the ladder yet again. Standard Defect, open the right splits, open splits, lay the Spire. Defect 80% unseated. How will the Orby boy do today? Very well. Very, very well is the answer. Holy pog. Holy moly. Actually, give me a fusion, yeah. That sounds great. Wow. I don't even know what to say to that. We got frickin' Hyper Beam on floor 0 here. Which is the end-all be-all of defect cards for speedrunning. Beam Cell pairs really well with it. We're gonna upgrade the Beam Cell first, then the Hyper Beam. Take on an Elite or two. Smoke Bomb's great. Take another one. Liquid Memories is disgusting. Intentionally fight this nerd. Hello? Take genetics so we have one turn of invincibility later on. Probably an investment worth making. Not sure that's actually true, mind you, but that's what I'm choosing to do. Really don't want to add a lot to this deck. Kind of already perfect. We have a Maw Bank, so I'll take the Choker here. We had a 2 minute and 18-second Act 1 at some point? That is pretty ridiculous, huh? Thanks. Toxic Egg, huh? Wonder if I would take any skills. That one I will. Okay, this is gonna hurt a lot. So I got lucky and drawed again. Not. Take a rebound too. This way. Hyper beam. Ew. Yes. Prayer wheel? That's too complicated. I'll take some block cards because I think we honestly just need them. Too much thinking, not enough smorking. I'm not even gonna look at the other card awards because they are smelly. Get them out of here. Ah, oh, I have to pick one? This one. Let me go. Oh, heck yeah. Come on, come on, come on. Aw, Enchiridion. That does not a Necronomicon, but this gets me a second Hyper Beam. So that's pretty sweet. That's pretty sweet. Rest. Resting seems good. Got him. Energy. I have to remember not to open the chest. I'm probably not going to successfully do that. But I really need to not do that. I wonder if I can take on Giant Head. Take another hologram. Considering. To the box. I forgot we had a genetic algorithm, TBH. Definitely should be removing dual casts. Totally agree with that. I'm gonna take those. For reasons. Bad Reptomancer. Ah! There we go. No. You speedrunning? We are Spicy Beat Sauce. We indeed are. Goal is beat Act 3 as quickly as possible. It's almost happening. Don't open the chest, thank you for the reminder. Probably not supposed to come here. I was not supposed to come here. This works though. Bird face turn? Nice. Ah! Hey, algorithm. Good job. That was not a good draw order. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, good. Gambling chip is ridiculous. Transient is horrible. Oh, gambling chip is so slow, too. Damn it. I always forget that. Three fights or one super elite? One super elite, which may not be the correct choice. I think that was correct. Yes, that was definitely correct. Company. Oh, I don't have an Echo Form. That was last fight. Totes that I had an Echo Form in play there. This works well, though. Like 1,000,000 damage? It's fine, right? It's fine. Below half. 3 cards this turn. Make dual cast. Go up to half. Try not to die. Die a lot. Really? I didn't draw the reinforced? Are you serious? We actually just died at that, right? Actually, not quite. Not quite. How rude. Here we go. GG. Revenge has been acquired. Take that, Spire. Defect could do it just as well as the others, if not better. To thump is this. A 14-minute Defect win it is. GG. G frickin' G. Pretty good run, too. 14 minutes on Defect's like blazing fast, so I'm quite happy with that. Quite happy with that. Always thrilled to see a Hyper Beam early on a Defect run. Definitely could have gone faster. Oh, yeah. Definitely could have gone faster. But, given how rusty I am, I'll take it. I will definitely take it. Alrighty, that is where I'm going to wind things down for tonight. Thank you so much for joining me, everybody. I hope you all have an awesome evening. Thanks for watching. We'll see you all soon. We'll be back tomorrow, not later than 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time at our usual stream start. Not sure what we'll be doing. Probably gonna work on getting, Oh, is Munchie on? Ooh. Is Munchie on? She is? She is. Well then. Exclamation point supports the Munchdown. You don't know who the Munchdown is. Munchie used to be a Slay the Spire streamer. And she's on a comeback tour. She took a big break to go to school. Used to be a big friend of the channel. And we're gonna say hello. Hello, hello. To Munchdown. And your raid message is going to be, would you like a pork chop? Question mark. That's your raid message. Copy that, post it into Jess's chat, and then say hello for me. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. And I hope to see you all soon.